full of seats. In fact, these guys are ready for a big race. That would be Bob Jenkins and Benny Parsons.
Thank you, Bill, and hi, everyone. Well, with all due respect to all their other racetracks that run night events, this, Benny, is one of the biggest nights of the year in all of motorsports.
They used to run this race in July in the daytime. It was really hard to draw a crowd because it was so doggone hot. In 1978, they ran it at night for the first time. The first time they ran it at night, the house was full. You've never seen so many people at a race in your life. Well, you have, because you're going to see a bigger crowd tonight. But since then, the night race at Bristol has become one of the absolute most sought-after tickets in all of auto racing.
Jeff Gordon has won here, but never at night. He's standing by with our Ray Dunlap.
Well, Jeff Gordon, just an incredible atmosphere here at Bristol. You're a four-time winner on this track, but they've all come in the spring race. You ready to win a night race?
Man, I sure am. I tell you, these guys have been working hard, built me a great race car for here, and you know, this is it. This definitely is the most exciting event we have all year long. These fans, they really get us all going, and I'd love to win this night race, and I hope we got the combination for them tonight.
How different are these two races to drive from the spring to the night?
Well, you know, for us, our setup seems to work better in the day because I think it gets slicker, wears the tires a little bit more. The night race is a little bit faster, you know, and once, you know, you get started, it's usually about the same throughout the night. And we just have kind of gone back and forth, push, loose, so we hope we hit it right this time.
Here are the top 15 qualifiers. Tony Stewart starts in the top 5 for the 7th time this season. Rusty won here in the spring. Kenny, no wins in 173 starts. In the last 9 races here, Jeff Gordon has 4 wins and 8 top 6 finishes. In 11 races, Ward Burton has 9 finishes of 17th or worse at Bristol. Jerry Nadeau in for Ernie Irvin. Robert Presley had missed 3 of the last 6 races. Michael Waltrip was second last night, but hasn't had a top 5 finish in the Winston Cup Series since Daytona. Those are the top 15 qualifiers. Let's go to Matt Yoakum.
Well, Bill, one guy who could be a sleeper tonight is Bobby Labonte, of course, the pole sitter, his teammate Tony Stewart. But it has been a very rough weekend for you. You crashed a great car yesterday. How about the backup car tonight?
Well, it seems actually better than that car was for a qualifying effort. Yeah, that was a blow, and we didn't need to do that. But, you know, I just lost it going in the corner trying to free it up to go fast and wasn't doing very good at that, and then I wrecked it. So, but the backup car today seemed really well, so hopefully it'll be good all night long, and the track cools off a little bit, and hopefully it'll be right under the, you know, under the lights here at Bristol.
This has been a very tough track for you in the past. You said you'd almost like to kind of skip Bristol and go on to Darlington in a way. But tonight, what's your strategy? You're starting deep in the field 21st.
Well, I mean, it could have been a lot worse, but, you know, we just got to be patient and got to be smart about it. You know, Pocono was not a good track for me either, so there's always hope, I guess. But, yeah, I mean, Bristol's a tough place, so we're just going to have to try to be careful and just try to stay out of trouble if we can and, you know, just try to keep all 4 fenders on it is the main thing.
Good luck tonight. Bobby Labonte starts back in the field. But, guys, he had a great car back in the spring. He hopes to turn around his short track performances tonight.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Matt. Coming up, we'd love to watch it, but how about the guys that have to work it? Big names on the big night at Bristol. We'll be right back. No. I could not hear myself. I had no idea if I was on there or anything. Can't hear a frickin' thing. Nope, sure don't. I couldn't hear myself. You know, he cued me and I couldn't hear myself. I have no idea, Mike. There's Jerry. Now. It's fine now.
Oh, you're
scenic points, Ray, with Mark. The first night race at Bristol was the Volunteer 500 in 1978. Tonight, 141,000 fans ring this track with their cameras in their hands and their hearts in their throats. Here are the NASCAR Winston Cup points after 22 races. Dale Jarrett with a 314-point lead over Mark Martin. Labonte Gordon and Tony Stewart back into that 5th spot. Jeff Burton slips to 6th. Dale Earnhardt is 7th. Rusty Wallace, Terry Labonte, and Mike Skinner round out the top 10. Here's Ray Dunlap.
A very emotional win here 1 year ago for Mark Martin. Mark, you ran an awful lot of laps in happy hour. What'd you learn about this race car?
Well, it's a good car. You know, this whole Valvoline team is just focusing right now, trying to focus on winning races, and we looked at a lot of different stuff, and we've got what we think is the best package that we could come up with, and then we'll just have to see what we can do with it tonight.
Okay, good luck. Mark Martin has a great record here at Bristol, guys. 10 straight finishes of 8th or better at this track. Now the math.
And Ray, he does have the best average finish of any driver on the short tracks in the 90, but the guy with the most wins, Rusty Wallace. You won back in the spring, but a different race car tonight. You narrowly missed the pole. Is this car better than the one in the spring?
It's not better than the one in the spring, I don't think. I probably think it's as good, although we had to change some things on it, different spring setup, different shock setup to make it handle what we needed. But I noticed a lot of people up and down pit road changing setups also, so I'm confident and I feel good. My last run in a happy hour looked real good. I was happy the way it runs, so we'll see what happens.
Well, good luck tonight. Rusty Wallace trying to pull off the 13th sweep in Bristol Motor Speedway history, and he starts on the outside pole looking for his 50th career win.
Thanks, Matt. 77 NASCAR Winston Cup races at Bristol. Only 9 times as the winner started outside the top 10. Bad news for this bunch. Chad Little comes in off the season-best 6th at Michigan. Bobby Labonte got the final front stretch pit stall. Everybody else is with Kernan on the backstretch. Earnhardt 8 wins here. Kyle has 1 top 10 in his last 10 starts at Bristol. 8 this past spring. Jeff Burton starts outside the top 25 for the 3rd straight week. Trickle and Bickle did not qualify for the race. Now it's time for our NASCAR Today question of the week. Everybody's got one, so here's ours. Who's got the best seat for the night race at Bristol? Is it me down here on pit road where you can feel it all? Is it up there in the stands where they can see it all? Or is it in these cars where the driver can see it all, hear it all, and feel it all? And I do mean feel it all. For these 43 drivers, racing at Bristol is a lot like going back to high school and asking out the prom queen. It seems like a great idea for a Saturday night, but it seldom works out the way you'd hoped. In the heart of a 34-stop schedule, tonight the NASCAR Winston Cup Series is at a place that will stop your heart. The night race at Bristol, an endless whirling attack on a seamless half-mile of cement where the spirit of sportsmanship is often smothered by the spirit of competition. It's a fan favorite.
They love to see the drivers go crazy. I think they strap them helmet straps only 2 times.
The sparks, there's plenty of them at Bristol. Yeah, even as tough as it is, as hot as it is there, as hard as you have to work, I still think that's what it's all about.
Bristol's short straights and high banks are clearly overmatched by speed and technology, but size never matters once your opponent has seen your strength. This track is spandex tight and concrete tough. The only thing tougher is its heart.
Well, man, let me tell you, every time you run a night race, it always brings out the demon in all the drivers, just about every single time. The wild driving always seems to happen. The extra hard driving seems to happen.
A tough ticket to a tough race. It's a big night at a small track. A racing renegade in a new world of wide, smooth, and way too long. It's a throw your helmet throwback race. Perfect for a Saturday night.
It's as busy for a driver as it could get, and because it's busy, it gets exciting.
The fans love it, the media loves it, and only the drivers that win there love it. The rest of us hate it. I don't know if any of them like it anymore either, but it's a wild place.
The Bristol Night Race, an intimate evening of terror packaged in the lights and the love of the sport. It's an emotional menu that ranges from rage to rejoicing.
If I were a race fan and I had the opportunity to go see one race, the Bristol Night Race is where I would be.
Well, tonight here at Bristol, the Home Depot Pontiac will roll off from the pole with Tony Stewart at the wheel. You had a good run here at Bristol in the spring. You qualified 4th but finished 15th. What did you learn from that race that's going to help you win tonight?
Well, I mean, we just got to stay out of trouble. That's the one thing that hurt us here last time. But, you know, we got a good starting spot, and, you know, hopefully we'll stay out of trouble early in this thing. And you just got to survive here. I mean, as soon as the sun goes down, everybody's demons seem to come out for some reason. So we just got to survive the first 400 and then go racing the last 100.
We'll have a lot of fun out there, guys. Remember, just his second ever race here at Bristol, but Tony Stewart on the pole.
Thanks a lot, Ray. He'll lead him to the green flag in just about 20 minutes or so. Coming up next to look at some memorable and some forgettable moments at the Bristol Motor Speedway when NASCAR Today continues.
Pretty easy for me to say that my favorite racetrack is Bristol, Tennessee, and it'll probably always be Bristol.
What's that? Okay. I'm in a box, so he doesn't probably want to do that pan. Am I not in a box here?
Everybody's got their favorite racetrack, and it's pretty easy for me to say that my favorite racetrack is Bristol, Tennessee, and it'll probably always be Bristol.
The NASCAR Winston Cup Series has been coming to Bristol twice a year since 1961. That's 38 years. 12 times a driver has swept both races here. Rusty Wallace hopes to make it 13 this evening as he goes after career victory number 50. Benny Parsons will share the booth tonight with Bob Jenkins and Ned Jarrett. BP, what is the biggest story here? Tony Stewart, the rookie, Rusty, the veteran, or the fact that the points leader, Dale Jarrett, is deep in the field and on the backstretch?
I think Dale Jarrett being on the backstretch is the biggest story because for 10 races in a row, Dale Jarrett has gained points on the car, the driver that was in second place. It's going to be very difficult for him to do that tonight, pitting on the backstretch and starting back in the middle of the field where he's starting, Bill.
Benny, the guys that have won here have multiple wins at this track. So what is it that experience has taught them that can lead them back to victory lane?
Patience, Bill. Patience. Every race car driver has to learn that in NASCAR Winston Cup racing because the races are so long. 400 laps, 500 laps, 500 miles. It's a race car driver's it's in his makeup to try to pass that car in front of them. And at some racetracks, you can do that. You can say, I'm going to pass. But at Bristol, you must choose and pick those positions to make that pass.
So if it's patience on the racetrack, is it caution on pit road?
Well, you have to be careful on pit road because the boxes are kind of small. And if you get boxed in, you've got to be careful, back up and not run into the car in front of you. Also, you have to be careful leaving pit road because a lot of times the other teams will leave a tire laying on pit road and you can run into that thing and knock the front bumper back, and that also will hurt your brakes and also mess the aerodynamics on the front of that car, Bill.
Boy, it should be wild, Benny. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you at 7:30 with Bob and Ned.
Hey,
now,
Bill.
Coming up later tonight, the RPM Tonight staff is working the late shift. They'll have the post-race report at midnight Eastern time. And don't forget, Kernan and Company Monday through Friday on ESPN2. If you're not watching RPM Tonight during the week, you're starting the weekend a lap down. I think he's got it, Chef. Thanks. I'm trying to find a place to get away from these speakers. Well, we're going down
Four
here.
cars, half around in the right rear. Go, 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 go!
Tell me your fondest memory of
Chevy. Don't make me come in there. Oh boy. Okay, thank you, Mikey. Roger. If you've never been here, it's almost impossible to describe what this place looks like when they put 141,000 people in here. It is a multicolor blur of race fans, all well attired in the colors of their favorite driver. Darrell Waltrip has many fans here, a 12-time winner at this track. He starts 18th here tonight, a good qualifying effort for DW. He has many fond memories of this place, but not every driver can say that.
Bring her in, bring her in, bring her in. Here we go. 4 tires, guys, 4 tires. Gap around in the right rear. Go, 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 go!
Tell me your fondest memory of Bristol.
Oh, gosh, I don't know. That's probably one of the most exciting times here at Bristol was we won the race there kind of sideways going across the line there. But somebody got to the back of us. But
why do you say somebody? I mean, would you be more specific?
Our buddy Dale. That was probably the most exciting race that I can remember here that I've run. Standing up there and getting the pictures and steam coming out of the radiator, and all of a sudden we're all standing in oil from the oil coolers.
When Bodine spun me out down there in 3 and 4, I think that was probably the wildest finish because he got just into me into turn 3 and spun me out. Well, I wanted to wreck him, but then I wanted to win the race. I said, well, instead of doing that, I'll just try to win the race. That'll be better punishment than anything else.
Well, it would have to be the night I won, but the day I won. But we came here the very first time in '61, Darrell.
61,
and
holy cow.
Red and Bobby and I brought sedans up here, and we qualified first, second, and third.
Wow.
And that's part of the Alabama gang. You know, they said, here comes the Alabama gang. At that time, you couldn't see any of the racetrack. Now you can get a seat where you can see the whole thing.
Well, folks, in my opinion, the most awesome view in racing is the aerial shot of this joint right here with 150,000 people stacked in here. Now, the next most impressive view would be DW taking the checkered flag for the 13th time here at Bristol Speedway. Most memorable moment, 7 in a row, folks. 7 wins in a row right here for DW.
And that would be amazing to see Darrell back in victory lane. These fans would go wild tonight. Next week, the Winston Cup Series makes the trip to Darlington for the Southern 500. Coverage begins with NASCAR Today at 12:30 on ESPN2.
Night or day race, it's always a tough racetrack to win on. So,
and it's Mike Bliss from the truck race, right? Am I on camera for that? That doesn't make any difference to me.
Tight little track,
Okay.
Things happen awful quick. Sometimes you can get in trouble with people that you're not even trying to race. You're trying.
Welcome back to the Bristol Motor Speedway. Here are some of the headlines from a busy week of racing. As Matt Yoakum reported Friday on RPM Tonight, Jimmy Spencer has signed a letter of intent to stay at Travis Carter Racing. They're on the verge of making a sponsorship announcement. Ernie Irvan is continuing his recovery at home. A decision on if he will drive at Darlington should come Tuesday or Wednesday. If not, it's expected to be Jerry Nadeau. After failing to qualify for 11 of the first 22 races, Derek Cope and the 30 team parted company. Todd Bodine qualified the car 20th here at Bristol. That's the team's best qualifying run of the year. Todd says he's in that car on a race-by-race basis. Max Henseth won the Busch race here Friday night. Mike Bliss won the Craftsman truck race this afternoon in Heartland Park. This race had 13 cautions last year. You don't want to be one of them. 13 cars finished on the lead lap. You do want to be one of them. So how do you stay out of trouble at Bristol?
Bristol is a tight little track. Things happen awful quick. Sometimes you can get in trouble with people that you're not even trying to race, you're trying to avoid. And what we're going to do tonight is try to survive. If we do that, we'll have a good run.
There's no way to hide at Bristol. You have to get in there and get aggressive. And when there's a hole, you got to jump in it. But you can't try to make the hole. The minute you start trying to make a hole, you got a problem. The key to it is getting your car to handle well. If you get your car to handle well, you can pass here. If it doesn't handle well, you can't.
Got to have a good spotter. Spotter means a lot here. Other than that, you just try to keep your nose clean. If you're running up front, you're in good shape. I mean, the first 4 or 5 rows helps out a lot. It's when you're way in the back, when the track starts, everybody starts bunching up. That's when it gets hard.
A good look down at the Bristol Motor Speedway. It's packed. In a few moments, the sun will set, the moon will come out, and this place will go bonkers. We'll be back.
Of 140,000
has been a presentation of ESPN, proud to celebrate.
And knows us better than.
Is there an in bump here? Is there an in bump? And we welcome you back to the Bristol Motor Speedway. Dale Earnhardt, Rusty Wallace, and Ernie Irvan all posted their first Winston Cup victory at this track. Today, Tony Stewart starts on the pole, trying to get his first Winston Cup win. Now, our national anthem to be sung by the children from Motor Racing Outreach Ministry. That's one of the most popular moments of the entire NASCAR Winston Cup racing season. The children representing the Motor Racing Outreach Ministry. Dale Jarrett leads the points, but before this race starts, he already trails half the field. He's with Matt.
Well, Dale Jarrett, if he can match son Zach singing, it should be a very productive night tonight. But you start 25th, a long way to the front, a lot of cars, and you're pitting on the backstretch. What's the strategy?
Just run as hard as we can, but you have to be patient at the first of this race, regardless of where you start. So we're not going to change anything we'd normally do. Hopefully the car will be pretty good, and we'll be able to work our way to the front. Long night, so we know that we've got plenty of time.
Well, it's not the hot rod Lincoln that he drove to victory here 2 years ago, but it should be a very good car tonight.
Here are some guys that are hoping they can repeat some past performances at the Bristol Motor Speedway. Some guys love Bristol, some guys don't. These guys do. Keep in mind that Terry Labonte and Mark Martin each have 2 wins here at the Bristol Motor Speedway. Final thought from Ray Dunlap.
Well, Bill, as you look around this racetrack, there are a whole lot of little white X's all the way around on the concrete. You may be wondering what those are for. Well, just recently they did a laser survey of exactly how the concrete lays here. You'll notice there are some new and some old spots on this concrete. They are going to replace the concrete here very soon. They'll tear it up and put down new. But they want to do one thing right. They want to make sure that they put this concrete back just the way it was laying. Why? Well, look around. When all these folks come into the grandstand, they don't want to change a good thing. Bill?
9 different winners in the last 9 short track races. 8th through 10th in points. Wallace, Labonte, and Skinner separated by just 60 points. Don't forget RPM tonight has the post-race report at midnight on ESPN2. Kernan and BP together at 7 Eastern Monday night. Next week it's the Southern 500. Coverage begins at 12:30 Eastern time Sunday afternoon with NASCAR Today on ESPN2. Coming up, a memorable night at an unforgettable track, and it's live. I love this race no matter where I'm sitting.
This has been a presentation of ESPN, proud to celebrate another moment from our first 20 years. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of the Go Network. Go.com. ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
It's appropriate that a pain reliever sponsors this race because the 140,000 screaming fans can easily drown out the noise created by 43 stock cars and leave you with a tremendous headache. Bruton Smith is putting on the ultimate Saturday night fight. 43 competitors locked in a steel cage bunkhouse stampede where only the strong and the lucky survive. In a 3-hour, 500-lap flirt with disaster, we ask the question, who will wind up on top of the pile and who will be at the bottom of the scrap heap? Stay right where you are to find out.
Build a half-mile racetrack, put it in a valley in northeast Tennessee, surrounded with 141,000 seats and suites. Fill every one of them with a screaming race fan. Call in the NASCAR Winston Cup Series on a Saturday night, and you have the Goody's Headache Powder 500 from Thunder Valley, Bristol Motor Speedway. And as we head into this 23rd race of 1999, Dale Jarrett has increased his lead over Mark Martin in the point standings to 314, but 5 of the top 10 are separated by 36 points or less. Hi everyone, I'm Bob Jenkins along with Ned Jarrett and Benny Parsons, and if you're a race fan and this doesn't get you excited, absolutely nothing will. You never know what's going to happen here at Bristol. The thing we do know right now is where everybody is going to start, and Benny, Tony Stewart's on the pole.
All year long, Tony Stewart is being tested. Could he draft on the big racetracks? Could he run the intermediate racetracks? What about the brakes? Would they last at Martinsville? The road courses, would they present a problem for Tony Stewart? He has passed every test so far with, I think, an A+. But tonight might be Tony Stewart's biggest test of all, because tonight, Ned, Tony Stewart thinks he can win.
And he'll have to harness that enthusiasm that he has coming in here, because even though he might have the best race car, he has to be very careful. Patience is the key word running here at the Bristol Motor Speedway. You can get caught up in someone else's trouble so quickly that you don't know what's going on. Even he might be running out front when you catch lap traffic. Then that's when the trouble can start.
We're just about ready for the command to start the engines to get these 43 cars and drivers underway for 500 laps of competition at Bristol.
And now, ladies ladies and gentlemen, for the words we've all been waiting for, the Grand Marshal of tonight's race from Winn-Dixie, Mr. Dennis Johns.
Gentlemen, start your engines!
It was here in the spring that Indiana native Tony Stewart served notice that he was no ordinary rookie. After qualifying fourth, he reeled in pole sitter Rusty Wallace and took the lead on lap 198. Now, he would falter to finish 15th, but that night he set the stage for what would happen 1 week later, his first Winston Cup pole. And what could happen tonight, his first Winston Cup win. Without a doubt, this rookie team and this rookie driver have gained experience and confidence since that day in April 4 months ago. But will it be enough to be able to counter fellow front row starter and 7-time Bristol winner Rusty Wallace? No one in a long time has dominated the concrete high banks like Rusty did in the spring. But whether it's Rusty or the rookie or the 41 that will fall to the flag, whoever visits victory lane tonight in Bristol will have done it the old-fashioned way. They will have earned it.
When it comes to short tracks, it seems that long shots have a slim chance of a big win. Half of the top 20 qualifiers in this race have never been to victory lane, and only 8 of the 43 starters have won here. Bristol is a buffet of potential trouble. Traffic, constant turns, a tiny pit road, and tiny pit stalls. The past is proof that experience is Bristol's greatest enemy, but its new foe could be the future. Kenny Wallace, Mike Skinner, Jerry Nadeau, Michael Waltrip, Chad Little, and Todd Bodine lead a long list of well-known names, hoping that the night race at Bristol could be their biggest night.
Dale Jarrett has pointed at the Bristol Motor Speedway as one of the biggest threats to this year's championship run, because you can't control your own destiny here. The one thing he did have control over was qualifying, and he wound up a disappointing 25th. So he'll pit on the backstretch, where it's nearly impossible to win. You better believe the 88 team will consider it a moral victory if it can survive tonight and wind up in the top 10.
We've been setting speed records in NASCAR Winston Cup recently. We didn't set one here this weekend, but it is the closest field in history, with the fastest to the slowest separated by less than a quarter of a second. ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports, and the National Association of Stock Car Auto Racing welcome you to Bristol and tell you that we have an exciting evening lined up for you. The Walmart EverStart grid, Tony Stewart on the pole, his second pole of 99. Rusty Wallace won the spring race here from the pole. Kenny Wallace, his best start of the 1999 season, 6th at Martinsville. Jeff Gordon has won the last 4 spring races. Ward Burton was 9th in the spring race here, and Mike Skinner was 7th in that event. Mark Martin is the defending race champion. Jerry Nadeau substitutes for Ernie Irvan. Terry Labonte won this race in 84 and 95. Sterling Marlin has 10 Bristol top 10s. Kenny Irwin finished 11th this spring. Robert Presley, his 2 best starts of 99, are here. 11th in the spring and 12th here tonight. We'll take a look at the rest of the starting grid. Let's talk about this racetrack specifically. Talk about how dangerous it is. Well, the banks are at 36 degrees, Ned.
And they run very, very fast around here as a result of that. Qualifying a little over 15 seconds. They'll run a little over 16 seconds in the race itself here tonight. That's why it's so easy to get in trouble.
And every car that qualified is within 1/4 of a second of the pole sitter, Tony Stewart. The entire field within 1/4 of a second. That's how tight the competition is.
3 of these drivers qualified at exactly the same time and speed, and the top 3 were separated by the blink of an eye.
9 1/1000ths of a second.
All these back in this area have their work cut out hitting on the backstretch. From 22nd on back will be hitting on the backstretch.
Here are the drivers that took provisionals to get in, with Steve Brisson driving the number 9 car tonight. Joe Nemechek and Hut Strickland also in on provisional, and Dave Marcus will have the 43rd and final starting position for tonight's event. And 2 cars and drivers were unable to make the field and went home. Dick Trickle and Rich Bickle. A host of onboard cameras for you tonight.
Wally Dallenbach, Budweiser back in 27th. Dale Jarrett starts in 25th. Bill Elliott, the McDonald's on board, in 23rd spot. Bobby Labonte, the Circuit City onboard camera. He will start in 21st. And Todd Bodine, the Bryant Foods onboard camera, he starts in the 20th position. Sterling Marlin, the Coors Light onboard, in 10th. And we're coming down for the green flag to start.
And the green is out. The Goody's Headache Powder 500 is underway, and Rusty Wallace is going to beat Tony Stewart to the first turn by a whole bunch.
He did. He kept waiting for Tony to accelerate, and Tony was a little bit slow getting on it, and Rusty took off.
Laps in the spring, trying to become the 10th driver in NASCAR Winston Cup history to win 50 events. He has 49 in his portfolio right now. Oh, contact from the car into the wall. It's Robert Presley.
He was one of 2 cars. Michael Waltrip with the other was caught up on the outside. No caution yet because he continues on around at a slow pace. Caution is out now.
So it didn't take long, just 2 laps, and we have an incident up in turn number 1 involving Robert Presley with considerable damage to the right side of the car.
That's the 77 car of Robert Presley. That's Kenny Schrader that's trying to go by on the inside, and right there we see the contact, and wow, hard contact in the wall by Presley.
And he's taking the Jasper engine's transmission Ford back behind the wall to do the repairs, so a caution is out here at Bristol Motor Speedway with Rusty Wallace leading Tony Stewart after 4 laps.
Ooh, look at that brake rotor there.
Okay. Yeah, I sure did. Yeah.
We got through Sterling Marlin on the onboards, didn't we? We might show that brake rotor on the way back and show why the caution flag was out.
Just give me that for the whole evening, Len. Okay. ESPN's live coverage of the Goody's Headache Powder 500 from Bristol Motor Speedway being brought to you by EverStart Battery. All the cold cranking power your truck, car, boat, or mower will ever need. Available at Walmart. By Daytona USA, the official attraction of NASCAR. And by Bryant, the flavor of the South, proud sponsor of car number 30. Caution is out. We'll go down to Bill Weber.
Well, Robert Presley is out of the car. The car is already behind the wall, badly damaged, especially the right front suspension, the rear end pushed over. What happened, Robert?
I just went off in 1 there and thought we was clear, but we wasn't.
Doesn't take long here at Bristol, does it?
No, you know, at the start of the race, you just want to be real cautious and just get it going. I mean, I hate this Jasper engine was fast in practice, been fast since we unloaded, but okay, you ain't going to run top 10 sitting back here.
Well, he's very disappointed, not only because they had such a good qualifying run, but they did feel they had a very good car here tonight. This is why this track will break your heart. It will tease you in qualifying and crush you in the race.
Just about to go green coming up after our coverage of this race. This is the time of year where there's baseball, golf, college football, racing, of course, and you will get all the report on SportsCenter coming up at the conclusion of coverage of the Goody's Heading Powder 500. And these overhead shots courtesy of the Pennzoil Copter Cam flying over in the nearly crystal clear skies here at Bristol. Just a few white puffy clouds are floating overhead this evening. A beautiful night for racing. Pace car is coming off the racetrack. As the crowd cheers the green flag, it drops once again with Rusty again. Going to get a pretty good jump on Tony Stewart. Of Rusty Wallace. They're coming out of 2 and down the backstretch. He falls in behind Rusty as they come down the front stretch, but Tony would like to get out into the lead. Here's a battle back here. Kenny Irwin and Sterling Marlin in a 5-car battle.
That was for the 10th position. So let's put Kenny Irwin in that spot and move Sterling Marlin back to 11th.
And Jeff Gordon now begins to close in on second place, Tony Stewart.
So evidently Rusty Wallace's Miller Lite car starting to slow down just a little bit. It's allowed Tony Stewart to come up and challenge the lead. And now Jeff Gordon's gained on this Tucson.
Last lap, Jeff Gordon was the fastest around the racetrack at 117.805. Rusty ran a 117.036. That fourth car in line is Kenny Wallace, and Kenny Irwin picks up another position.
We're seeing some passing early here at the back of the field. Jeremy Mayfield, in fact, he's going into the pits right now. He had gone all the way to the back.
He is pitted on the backstretch. John Kernan, what's going on with Jeremy?
Jeremy had a bad 5 racing. Then he thought it had a tire going down. Left side tires look okay. They've already put on right side tires. The left side's now going on. We'll have to check and see. In fact, he had a tire going down. Possibly could have been a loose one, but they think he had a tire going down.
And look how much you lose when you make a green flag pit stop. Up front, they continue to run in the same order.
We talked about patience at the top of the show. Tony Stewart right now has a better race car, but he must be patient. He must wait for that perfect opportunity to try to pass. Oh, we see Steve Grissom on the outside there with the Bobby Hamilton automobile.
And look how close it is between the leader and the 50 car of Craven, who's running last. About a half a straightaway is all that is separating the first from the last. Stewart trying to work on Rusty.
I understand it was a right rear tire over there in the Mayfield. He is 2 laps down to the leaders. In fact, he's at the back of the pack. He's the first car that they would catch. When they do catch up to the field, you put 43 cars on a half-mile track, and you pick it up about half the track when you get single file.
There's a 36 of Jerry Nadeau. For those of you who haven't been with us, the other programs that we've done here at Bristol, Ernie Irvin is still on the men. Jerry Nadeau is filling in the 36 car, but he's on the outside of the high groove, and that means a loss of position. He's lost one to Sterling Marlin. Now here comes Ken Schrader, and Jeffrey Bodine will also go by.
And once you get up on that high side, this car's running bumper to bumper behind him as Stewart tries to make a move once again, but couldn't quite get it done.
He is just all over Rusty, but passing is not easy at this point. And besides that, as Benny and Ned have said, patience.
He's going to worry Rusty Wallace to death.
I'd pay Rusty just to say, okay, if you want to go that bad, go ahead.
He keeps pulling out. That's kind of a signal to tell Rusty Wallace, look, Rusty, I'm faster than you are.
And 31 just got a little loose. He's back in 7th position. Got loosened up by the 28 car of Kenny Irwin. Irwin now in 7th.
Yep. Moved up to 7th. He's moving right along. Started back in 11th. Passed some good race cars.
And here it is once again. Oh, little tap.
Yeah, just a little bit again. Got him out of shape. Ooh, very out of shape.
Man, that was a great job by Mike Skinner to keep that Lowe's car under control. A great job.
And now here's the battle for 9th position. Sterling Marlin tries to get the inside of Mike Skinner and does. And a change up front. Tony Stewart takes the lead.
And Jeff Gordon tried to go by, but Rusty closed the door on that.
The 10th race that Tony Stewart has led in 1999. He led at Michigan last week, and now we see Elliott Sadler and the 25 car, from whom we look back to Sadler. That, of course, is Wally Dallenbach, and this is the battle for the 27th spot.
Kevin Page is trying to get on the inside. And you can go with the battle for second spot. Jeff Gordon takes the DuPont Chevrolet into second spot.
Tony Stewart is pulled away by about 6 car lengths.
And now Jeff Gordon sets his sights on the leader, Tony Stewart, who has about a half-second lead at the moment, and 30 laps already in the books here at Bristol Motor Speedway. It's Wallace, Ward Burton, and Kenny Wallace, the top 5.
Robbie Labonte and Earnhardt are moving up.
Yeah.
To 99.
Yeah. I would guess it's about right, because on cold tires you turn more RPMs, but right now he's okay. Brett Bodine. That old Brett. Started 19th. He's up to 16th, 15th, looks like. Skinner got his hands full.
That was that second. I think the 36 and the 31. That probably was in the 25.
To the Goody's Headache Powder 500 NASCAR Winston Cup race from Bristol Motor Speedway. An incredible sight from the copter cam, the Pennzoil copter cam, seeing the 141,000 people who have gathered here on this beautiful Saturday evening for this race. Well, the leader is Tony Stewart, and he led 55 laps here in April, has now led the last 12. He is beginning to lap some of the slower cars. He's already by Hut Strickland, putting him a lap down in 41st position.
But Mike Skinner has been having problems. He's going backwards. Jerry Punch has an update.
Well, I just talked to Larry McReynolds a moment ago, and Larry just sort of took his shoulders and shrugged him up alongside of his head, so we're not really sure. All we know is the car is loose all the way in, through the middle, and through the exit of the corner. So obviously here at Bristol, if you're that loose, you can't use much throttle, and you're going to be dropping back in a hurry.
Doing that already back to 21st position.
One concern that these drivers have is all the practice qualifying has been done in the daytime. And some of them would think that as they race into the night, as it cools off, these cars will get tighter. So Mike Skinner might have started racing a little bit looser than they'd want to, thinking that weather would take care of it. But unfortunately, he has to last.
On board with Mike, and he does have his hands full.
Well, he saw that wheel. Bill Elliott and Dale Jarrett just went by.
And Jerry has more.
Benny, you hit the nail on the head. Last night, a lot of these Winston Cup crew members sat and listened to the Busch Grand National drivers comment on as the sun went down and it got cooler here, the track got tighter and tighter. In particular, they heard Matt Kenseth's comment about how tight his car got. And with that anticipation, a lot of guys late in happy hour made changes to be able to loosen their cars up, and they may be paying the price here in the early laps.
He loses a position to John Andretti and now loses another to Elliott Sadler. Meanwhile, Tony Stewart continues to thread his way through traffic, but Jeff Gordon has not let him get out of his sights.
And that traffic is heavy. Joe Nemechek there running in the 38th position, trying to hold on to the lead lap.
Tony has already lapped Dave Marcus and Ricky Craven in addition to Hut Strickland.
They don't have nothing but traffic in front of them. This is where it really gets tough, and this is where you really have to show patience.
There is Jeff Burton, who is moving up through the field also.
He's back in 30th spot right now, and Jeff Burton started 37th, so he's gained 7 positions.
On board with Wally Dallenbach, who runs in the 30th spot.
Looks like Jeff Burton is 29th now.
Yep.
And there's Mike Skinner right in front of him. And Rusty Wallace, as they try to get by Nemechek, he's closed up on the back bumper of Jeff Gordon. Well, Nemechek is just not giving Tony Stewart any. Oh, yeah. Now, finally, Tony Stewart gets on the inside, and Nemechek will now go a lap down in that Bell South Chevy.
And Jerry Punch has more on Rusty Wallace, who's in 3rd.
Guys, today in happy hour, I talked to Robin Pembert. He said the big problem they had was after about 30 laps or so, the car would get tight in the middle of the corner and get loose coming off. Well, at lap 20, the car began to get loose coming off, and now they have both the problems, tight in the middle and loose off. So Rusty has trouble getting back in the throttle like he would like. He tries to go by Nemechek now. He can't bury his foot in that throttle coming up off the corner like he would like to.
Well, he is able to get by Nemechek, but all this lapping traffic has allowed Mark Martin to close right up on.
And we see Jerry Nagel in the M&M's car going a lap down after a great qualifying run. They missed the setup early on.
He's on the high side of the track as several pass by underneath him.
That's Steve Grissom in the 9 car that Tony Stewart just went by. Grissom got a little bit loose going off turn 2.
Side by side, Kevin LePage puts Mike Skinner down another position, and Skinner has slid clear back to 31st, and here is Kyle Petty trying to take another spot away.
And the leader is not far behind them. You can see him coming into the picture there, so they're fighting to stay on the lead lap. There's Tony Stewart. That traffic just a couple of seconds behind.
A lot of crew chiefs, a lot of drivers right now, like Mike Skinner said, come on, caution flag. Where's the piece of debris? Somebody throw something. Well, I'm kidding. But they really want a caution flag to get in, make some adjustments, and move on the lead lap.
Johnny Benson just ahead of the leader, Tony Stewart now, running back in 35th spot. Ricky Rudd also ahead of the leader.
Johnny Benson in the 26 car trying to stay on the lead lap. He is in 35th position.
Nemechek again caught on the outside. There's Dale Earnhardt, who's back in 13th position, so he's moved up.
Yes, he has. He started in 26th position, so he's picked off half of the cars they started in front of him. Well, Robert Presley crashed, but other than that, he's passed 12 race cars and about to pass another one.
That's Kenny Wallace, who qualified inside the 2nd row in 3rd spot. So Dale Earnhardt and Kenny Schrader trying to make their way to the front.
Here's an Napa field summary with the manufacturer's battle. And Wallace gets shoved out of the groove. And Kenny Schrader goes by him. And we go back to this situation that has the top runners trying to move through the slower traffic, but they're being very patient, at least at this point.
Yes, they are. They need to be. When you go into this race, race with that in mind. I have to be patient. And Mike Skinner, he's up on the outside. He's going to Winston gets on the inside of him. The train will go by with the leaders down on the inside. We'll go lap down.
And all that patience will last for about 100 laps, and then it'll all go away.
Well, a tough evening for Mike Skinner so far. He started back in the 6th position, but now has dropped all the way back to 34.
This is Sterling Marlin, of course, like Chevrolet. He is currently in 5th position as he tries to catch up with Mark Martin, but he's about 2 seconds behind Mark Martin. Dave Marcus with 71, real street car up in front.
And Jerry Navy also just ahead of Dave Marcus.
Dave Marcus gives him the signal, go on the inside. I'm going up high and give you the room.
What about people that are moving up? Bobby Labonte has moved up to 7th position from his 21st starting position. So Bobby Labonte's up. There he is. There he is. Down on the inside.
He's right behind the 6th place car, Jeffrey Bodine, the power team car.
Bobby Labonte might be one of the fastest cars on the racetrack. Coming through traffic and moving on up. Of course, he has the advantage of the leaders being in that heavy lap traffic, but he's catching some of it himself now.
And Labonte is driving a backup car here tonight. He crashed in practice prior to qualifying yesterday. The backup car is running well for him. 65 laps have been completed. We'll check the speeds as they cross the line and see who's the fastest out there. Stewart right now, Marlin second, and, well, make that Dale Jarrett now the 3rd quickest out there. Marlin is second, and Jarrett is 3rd quick, running back in 18th spot.
He started 25th, so he's picked off 7 positions.
Saw that lap that Jeff Gordon was a little bit quicker than Tony Stewart.
111.8 compared to Stewart's 111.5. There is Jarrett.
Catching up to Brett Bodine. Brett is running in 17th position.
Good to see Brett running up there in the top 20.
A lot of traffic right up there in front of them. You see Kenny Irwin trying to get on the inside of Chad Little. Dale Jarrett goes on the inside of Brett Bodine, takes over 17.
That his car not to his liking because he started up near the front there, but now is fighting for 16th position to hold on to 16th position.
And the leader, Tony Stewart, closing in now on Wally Dallenbach, and look at the closing
rate. Racetrack right now looks like Tony Stewart is still the quickest car last time. A little bit faster than Jeff Gordon. That time, Rusty Wallace was quicker, but that's because Tony Stewart is now caught up behind the 25 car, but he disposes of Wally Dallenbach, puts him a lap down.
That means that 30 cars are now in the lead lap as Dallenbach runs in the 31st spot. So far, Rusty Wallace has led 47 of the 73 laps that have been completed so far. Jeff Gordon is running second, followed by Rusty Wallace. Mark Martin is 4th, and Stuart Marlin is in the 5th position. You're watching live coverage of the Goody's Heading Powder 500 from Bristol Motor Speedway. We'll be right back. Okay. Okay. Okay.
DJ's lost it.
Oh, right across the racetrack.
What happened coming off the tree? He got down on the inside of the...
Bob, talk to me about it when you get a chance, okay?
He's not going to be okay because he's messed up that suspension on the rear.
Yes.
It appears.
Yes. He got on the inside of... he tried to get on the inside of the 5 car.
My fault, just got it down off the apron there. Bob, get a good look at it, okay? How's your steering wheel, DJ? Still straight? That's off just a little, not much.
Now, right rear, you're going to have to pull it out from there. And I think that's about it. It's not real bad. It's all matched in, but it's not real bad, Tosh. Road's closed right now.
Hamilton?
Huh?
Hamilton down there in 1.
Looks like it.
Okay, the right rear, when you say right rear, in front of the right rear tire or behind it?
Front. Right in the jack post area. Right there's where it hit.
Did you have him, Neil?
Pushed in about a half.
You mean that ex-hockey player without a penny to his name?
Guys, don't spend a lot of time on it, okay?
For some, it's a great night of racing. For some, it's a nightmare. And it has turned sour for the points leader, Dale Jarrett. He's been involved in a crash that involved several cars. It began
got a big hole in the right door.
And we're hearing Bob Jeffries, the spotter for Dale Jarrett, describe the damage.
You are in the lead lap.
Here's a replay of what happened.
Coming off turn 2, we see DJ there, just comes off the corner. He was trying to get underneath the 5 car and nail the gas and got it out of control. We start that hospital wobble and back and forth, and now he goes back across the racetrack. I was hoping he wouldn't do that, but here comes Elliott, bam, right in the side of that. We see Jeremy, Bobby Hamilton, Elliott Sadler, and John Andretti, and also the 58 car. On board with DJ. Bill Elliott doesn't ride on board. McDonald's on board.
He's hoping he'll stay up there, but he did. He comes right out in front of Bill Elliott. Bill had nowhere to go.
Pits are open. Here's Bill Weber.
Bobby Labonte on pit lane. He has been faster than the leader. He was loose off a few laps ago. They talked about wedge or air pressure adjustments. Decided to make no adjustments. Pit road's very tight. You'll have to be very cautious getting out. Rights are on, lefts are going on. He has the 30 in front of him. 18 of those gone. He's on his way. Has the backup. Here he comes.
Left side tires on Tony Stewart's car. Great pit stop. Ian Gordon now going out. Rusty Wallace made a track bar adjustment. Air pressure in the left and the right side tires. Let's go to the back section, John Turner.
Dale Jarrett is pulled in. The word is 2 tires only. Right side tires only. They're also going to have to pull the fender off that right rear tire and check things out to make sure the suspension is okay. Dale Earnhardt is down and away after his service. There's also a hole ripped in the right side of the door, and they're looking at that, pulling out that right rear fender, taking a lot of time, waiting. They just hear, let's go, guys. And DJ will be down and away. He will be coming back down pit road for some more service. But Dale did tell the team when we were away at commercial break, he said, guys, it was my fault. I got down too low on the apron.
Dale has had the points lead since Richmond in May. Since then, he's gained an average of 23 points per race.
I believe the steering wheel's okay, Todd. I think that was just from a flat tire.
And as we watch that replay, we listen to Dale Jarrett talk to his crew. I was hoping the car would stay on the apron there on the racetrack, but he just couldn't do it. Back across the racetrack, right in front of Elliott, we see the other 4 cars involved.
He had slid past the inside wall on the backstretch, and at that point had not hit anything, but again, it slid up right in the path of traffic. John?
Dale Jarrett is back in to continue looking at that right side now, trying to put something over that hole to tape over the hole in the right side door. They've already changed left side tires.
Okay, let's go.
And Dale said he thought that not after all that, he said he thinks the suspension is all right on the car.
Well, he has stayed on the lead lap, but he has lost a lot of track position and has a damaged race car. 82 laps completed at Bristol Motor Speedway.
Got something wrong in the rear end here, I think.
Yeah, that trailing arm's all bent out of whack and everything.
Be looking at it.
Yes.
Ain't right, something wobbling here.
It wasn't Mikey's fault.
I understand.
Jack it up if you need it. Jack it up, make sure it's tight. Jack.
What do you mean up to 7th?
22 car.
He started 5th.
Yeah,
Okay, guys, come on.
Biggest problem that DJ is going to have is plus the suspensions, that crush kind of being knocked out. At this racetrack, that's tough.
Yeah.
You ready to go? Yep. He was ready to go. You know where he was.
Green flag, green flag.
Huh?
Oh no, I got something wrong here. Got something dragging, Todd. We got the sparks flying out. Just the side dragging the ground.
We're back to racing here at Bristol Motor Speedway. That is Jerry Mayhew in the 36 car. He has gotten his lap back on the restart at the moment. He's running in 28th position. The leader remains Tony Stewart. There's Jeff Gordon running in second. Rusty is third. Mark Martin fourth. And Sterling Marlin is fifth.
The 99 car, Jeff Burt, is a lap down.
You're going into the corner.
30th position. We hear Dale Jarrett talking to his crew. He is complaining about something wrong with the car. So it wasn't just sheet metal damage. He does have a chassis problem.
Held him hit the trailing arm on the rear when Elliott hit the wheel there, which he had no choice.
Down to John Kernan.
What they're saying now, they're asking
What are you feeling now, Neil?
what he's feeling right now.
Getting back turned sideways going into the corner.
But they saw some sparks from the car in the corner earlier, right after they went back to green, and they thought it might have been, they said maybe the jack stop might have been dragging.
Well, he is all over the racetrack. It's hard to keep that car going straight.
A long evening here, 400 more laps trying to keep up with this thing and get as many points as he possibly can.
19 consecutive top 10 finishes coming into the event tonight. Back up front, there is Tony Stewart leading Jeff Gordon by better than a second now.
While we were break, Jeff Gordon tried to pass Tony Stewart. They made a little contact off turn 4. I wonder if Jeff Gordon has bent a tie rod on the right front, because right now Tony Stewart is pulling away from it. I just wonder if that contact bent something in the suspension.
His car has not, it seems, been the same since that incident. He's continued to drop back.
Although he's staying ahead of Rusty Wallace, who is in third place, and Mark Martin, those two cars right there just went by.
Again, those two cars right behind Jeff, Skinner and Burton, are both a lap down. On board with Mark Martin, he looks ahead to Rusty Wallace up in third. And Benny, here is what we were talking about. This little contact between Tony and Jeff.
Right there. And see that right front makes contact. I just wonder if he might have bent something on the 24 car.
Doesn't take much.
Well, he's dropped back almost 1.5 seconds now after that attempted pass.
Jared about to go that way. Whoops, and he gets hit by the 36 car.
There is Jared.
Jerry Nadeau hit him coming off the turn.
I'm okay. Hey, Rearenhausen, guys. Go behind the wall, Dale.
Yeah.
Go behind the wall.
The rear end housing vent, they'll have to put one under it.
Hey, bring it down here and come around the wall.
This is something that they don't have to put together. I saw them putting it together this afternoon. It's the entire rear end assembly, including the trailing arms. The crew's bringing it out right now. This is just one of the things we were...
Okay, guys. Rearenhausen crew, go on channel 2. Go to channel 2. Rearenhausen crew.
They had this ready to go, so they wouldn't have to waste any time. This is just one of the things that you have to prepare for here at the Bristol Motor Speedway, especially when you're in the battle for the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship.
And they know who the rear end housing crew is going to be. That's the amazing thing.
Yeah.
I'd put about 50 people on it, but they know exactly. Now they're trying to get the car positioned as close as they can to the toolbox.
Bill Elliott is down there. He's behind the wall, close to where Dale is.
Here comes DJ finally getting down to where the...
That's amazing. They have their own group of of guys specially trained for this operation. To the penalty box goes Jerry Nadeau.
When they got his lap back, he had fought and was running in front of Tony Stewart. But now they're in changing tires, and they say he's in the penalty box. We'll see how long they hold him.
Apparently they're going to hold him for 2 laps.
See the NASCAR official standing in front of the car, and when they finish the 4-tire, whoops, stop right there. Don't go anyplace.
Here's a replay as to why he is in the penalty box.
Coming off of turn 4. DJ tried to move down to the inside and get out of the way. He knew they were coming.
Still being held there. This seems like an hour, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Bad. He worked so hard to get his lap back.
And the work is underway in the Jarrett garage area, so to speak. And from his onboard camera, we'll get a replay of this most recent incident. Watch Jerry Nadeau come up from behind. Still holding Jerry Nadeau. And now the NASCAR official says, looks like he's ready to wave him out as soon as the field goes by, and there are still a few more cars to come down the front straightaway. John Kernan?
Dale Jarrett's crew going to work on his car, and Dale, this was one of the things you were worried about here at Bristol.
Yeah, they happened, but I created all of it. The car just got away from me coming off of 2. I was trying to make a pass, and I got down onto the apron and got it sideways and created a problem for some other people and myself, and then it bent the rear end and it just in the way there. So it's my fault.
Dale Jarrett behind the wall.
The last 9 races at Bristol. Dale Jarrett's finishes were all in the top 6, including 7 top 5s. Back with more in a moment.
How you, Curtis? Good, man.
Hey, Curtis.
Curtis Vanoy's in the house.
Yes, he is. He is here.
By the way, Curtis's mama, he said hello. I don't think so. Patience, no patience.
Already more than 20% of this race is over. The green has been out for 1 lap. Tony Stewart is still the leader, and a couple of black cars once again position themselves between Tony and second place Jeff Gordon.
Carolyn Marlin tried to go on the inside of Rusty Wallace, and he's already gotten by Mark Martin. Has moved into 4th. This is a battle for the 3rd spot, so puts Sterling in 3rd position.
And here comes Mark Martin down on the inside of Wallace. He'll take over the 4th position.
Jeff Gordon has been the man on the move as far as the points are concerned in the last few races. Dale Jarrett has had his problems tonight. Here's more from Dr. Jerry Punch on Gordon.
Well, Bob, we saw earlier that contact, that slight contact with the 24 and the 20 car. Now, Ray Abraham said they really can't tell by looking at the car if the right front tire is towed in or towed out. They do know the right front fender is pushed in a little bit. But what Jeff is complaining of is the car is so tight, he cannot get it to turn at all. He says, I am just wearing out this right front tire, and I'm having to run so hard to try to keep the left cars behind me. It's even worse. And Ray said just ride it out so we can get a caution flag, get in and get it fixed, and take a look at that right front. But a very, very tight car number 24.
Well, they just had a caution flag, and you wonder why didn't he come in? Because folks, you cannot afford to give up that much track position. You can't go back to 26 and ask Jeff Gordon to wade his way back through that traffic. It's just too difficult.
Ricky Rudd is between Jeff Gordon and the third-place car of Sterling Marlin. The 5 and the 60 just got together, battling for the 10th position. Jeffrey Bodine inside of Terry Labonte, and some big contact.
Boy, that looked like that 77 car of Robert Preston and Kenny Schrader all over again. As Michael Waltrip goes by the 5 car. Michael, 2 laps down? No.
Kenny Irwin and Kevin LePage battling for the 18th position. Kyle Petty is also right there. Here's a Napa Field summary. The points as of now. Jarrett, of course, with a comfortable lead in the point standings, if there is such a thing with this many races to go. 314 points separating Jarrett and Mark Martin. And Kyle Petty sneaks to the inside of Kevin LePage. Everybody in the top 10 maintains their position at this point. The big gainer early in the race is Sterling Marlin, who's up 4 positions. That 30 car, if again you have not been with us in our previous telecast from Bristol or haven't been on RPM tonight, Derek Cope has been released from the ride, and on board tonight is Todd Bodine. So we have 3 Bodines in the field tonight for the first time since the last race of 1998.
Oh, contact.
And Bodine way down on the apron, but he saved it.
Kenny Irwin's a guy I thought was going to lose control because it looked like he was going in the first corner like he was on dirt, but he did a good job, saved it. Now, Todd Bodine takes that spot away.
Will be the 19th position for Todd Bodine.
Well, there's some heavy racing going on in this pack. Aaron Baker is from 12. He's 3 laps down.
But since he had that unscheduled stop, he's run pretty well, hasn't he? 25 cars just behind this group. That's Ricky Craven just up ahead of Wally Dallenbach.
Ricky Craven, the 50 car, the Midwest Transit car. He and Jeremy right side by side.
Ricky is a lap down.
Darrell Waltrip to the extreme right of your screen. He is running in 23rd position. Waltrip with more victories here than any other driver. He has visited victory lane 12 times here at Bristol. There's a leader, and he's all by himself out there.
If he has a comfortable lead, well, that's what you want to be here at Bristol. So no one close to you, behind you, fighting you, and no one you're not too close to anyone that you're catching up to.
And check it out, he's 2 seconds ahead of the second place car, Jeff Gordon. At Bristol Motor Speedway, 2 seconds is an eternity, it seems like.
We're around here 16 seconds. So that's an 1/8 of a lap.
Will Tony Stewart be able to win a NASCAR Winston Cup race in his rookie season? That's what everybody is speculating on. Certainly a good opportunity here for him tonight. There's the interval between first and second. The last time that a rookie won in his rookie season was Davey Allison. He won 2 races, as a matter of fact, back in 1987. He won at Talladega, and he also won at Dover. And besides that, Morgan Shepherd also won in his rookie year. So did Ron Bouchard, Dale Earnhardt in '79, Earl Ross, and dating all the way back to 1958, Shorty Rollins won in his rookie year.
Guys in the pits, I don't know what the problem is, but Tony Stewart all of a sudden is losing ground to Jeff Gordon. There's no traffic in front of him, but yet he was 2 miles per hour slower than Gordon the last lap. That lap he was just the same speed.
Yeah, just a shade slower.
Okay. Okay, that. Yep. Well, he was over 2 seconds, and there's no traffic in front of him, and Jeff Gordon started gaining on him. But now it looks like Tony might be back up to speed. I don't know exactly what happened.
He heard you say that.
Over
said,
2
okay,
seconds. Yeah, now it's over 2 seconds again. So. They probably had told him, you know, just take it easy, and then I backed off a little bit too much. And started catching him and started to pick it back up a little bit. Man, he's using an apron a whole lot, isn't he?
Ball September 12th.
Mark Martin's
the
off the pace.
Return of the Cleveland Browns.
I'm sorry. He just let Sterling go by. Sorry. I thought he'd
scare the life out of it.
He stopped. I mean, he stopped over there, man.
He does that.
Over there. I'm sorry. Sorry. I thought he was. Anyway, I made a mistake. I see that.
The debut of Sunday Night Football, September 12th, with the long-awaited return of the Cleveland Browns. They'll host arch rival Pittsburgh. The following night, ABC's Monday Night Football, the Miami Dolphins battle the Denver Broncos. On the night, John Elway's number 7 will be retired. Speaking of championships, Dale Jarrett, the points leader in NASCAR Winston Cup racing, with a problem here tonight. He's 38th and behind the wall. John Kernan has an update.
Bob, they've got the old rear end assembly. They are putting in the new one right now. Now, this is the left side rear trailing arm. Look at how nice and straight it is. Now, come over here and look at the right side. This is what happened. They bent the trailing arm. What that did is brought the right rear tire upwards, making that the rear end want to turn the car into the corners. DJ, we heard him say several times he was about ready to wreck the car. Well, that's exactly why.
And the work goes on as they try to replace.
And, you know, they can change that rear housing almost as fast as they can change that single trailing arm. Let's check our on-track interval between Tony Stewart and Jeff Gordon and see what's happening. And we see that Tony Stewart is widening the gap between himself and Jeff Gordon. Just a half second, but every little bit helps.
Moved it up to 2.1 seconds on lap 129, but now on lap 136, the interval is again down below 2 seconds. As a matter of fact, it's 1.6 seconds. So Gordon's about as close now as he's been in the last few laps. And Sterling Marlin is in 3rd spot, doing well.
And in 4th is Mark Martin, and Bobby Labonte, the teammate of Tony Stewart, is up to 5th. He started 21st.
Ricky Rudd, who is back in 27th position, a lap down, but right behind Ricky is Sterling Marlin. 2.5 seconds behind the leader, but running the fastest lap, that last lap, at over 112.6 miles an hour. But again, the man on the move on the racetrack is the 18 of Bobby Labonte. There he is.
Passed Rusty Wallace a few laps ago for the 5th position. He is running about 5.5 seconds behind his teammate, Tony Stewart. See the progress that he's made. He's made a lot of progress. More on that, Bill Weber.
Oh, Nettie's had a fantastic night. Early in this race, Bobby Labonte said his race car was loose off the turn. but they talked about making changes during this pit stop. We told them they decided not to make the changes. Well, the car went back out, and suddenly it tightened up a little bit. Now Bobby seems to be happy with the car and happy with the progress they've made at this point.
Bobby Labonte, it's interesting, has led every race this year except the 2 road course races and the first race here at Bristol. Back up front, Tony Stewart now is into traffic once again as he tries to hang on to the lead and move through the slower cars. That's Ted Musgrave just ahead of the 75 car running in 24th position. You see the points now. They've been shaved from a 314-point advantage to 203, Jarrett over Martin.
Ted Musgrave going a lap down. He's in 24th position.
And right now, Rusty Wallace is really struggling in that Miller Light Ford because Dale Earnhardt just goes by him and takes over that 6th position. Let's go on board with Rusty Wallace for a taste of the race and check out his telemetry and see what kind of speed and RPM he's turning as he accelerates down the straightaway. Just 8,400 RPMs. You would expect if this car was up to speed, it would be somewhere around 8,800 to 9,000 RPMs.
And just shy of 130 miles an hour at the end of the straightaway before the brakes come on.
The 36 degrees banking doesn't look like they're banked that much when you're looking out the windshield there.
Jerry Punch has more on Rusty.
Well, despite the fact that they made a track bar adjustment and also made an air pressure adjustment in the right front and left front, Rusty just came on the radio a moment ago and told Robert Pemberton, tighten the middle, tighten the middle. So obviously he's still having that same problem he had early on, getting the car to turn right in the very middle of the corner.
Check his speed and how it compares to everybody else. Gordon the fastest that lap with Steve Parkwell. Look at Michael Waltrip. Wow.
I think that 123 is a little bit of a stretch there.
And the 9 car of Steve Grissom is in the wall. Sliding across the banking up in turn number 3, bringing out another caution. Our 4th of the evening.
And it looks like it's going to be a 1-car crash. Don't see any other cars involved, but that is gasoline. Could be gasoline that he's leaving a string behind him, and I hope it doesn't spark too much, but maybe it's oil back there.
In any case, he has shortened that car up considerably. Let's take a look at it in replay.
There he is up on the outside, and I don't know, that left front tire was flat when we saw him there a moment ago pulling away. Now, I don't know if that was as a result of locking the wheels up probably and wearing through. Yeah, I think that, see, the right front is flat as well.
Heavy damage to the back of that car. Here are all the leaders coming down pit road to make these pit stops and adjustments. Bill Weber.
Bobby Labonte is tight in the middle of the turns, neutral in, neutral off. They're going to take a pound out of each of the right side tires, no other adjustments, then they're going to send it back out. Fill it with fuel, and Bobby Labonte will be on his way to Jerry and Tony Stewart's pit.
And they asked Tony what you wanted to do, and Tony said, yeah, clean the windshield. That's all we need to do with this thing. It's that good. Gordon is in behind him. Rusty Wallace making an air pressure adjustment. Gordon is out. Tony is out. And Tony Stewart will win the race at the end of pit road by virtue of his first pit spot. Let's go back to John Kernan.
Dale Earnhardt has worked his way up to the 6th spot. He comes in pitting on the back stretch as Tony Stewart, Jeff Gordon, Sterling Martin, Mark Martin, and Bobby Labonte go by. Earnhardt asked his crew for a good stop. He also asked him to make an air pressure adjustment because he was just too tight in the center of the turn.
And Earnhardt must have lost about 5 or 6 positions on that pit stop by hitting on the backstretch, I think. Well, Rusty needed that caution flag to make some adjustments, see if he can get this Miller Lite Ford going. Although his speed was not as compared to the other cars, he was not that much slower. A little bit of adjustment might get him back in the game.
152 laps have been completed so far, and the Goody's Headache Powder 500 from Bristol. Yeah.
Can someone monitor Can you
okay?
Can you monitor Rusty on this restart and see what kind of RPMs he turns with fresh tires on this? Can somebody check and see what kind of RPMs he turns with fresh tires on you?
Earnhardt lost 5 the first time they pitted and 4 that time.
Thank you, Ray. That's good. Who's that going back on the racetrack?
Elliott, I believe.
Yeah.
94.
Okay.
And we're also still under y'all.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thank you, Chevy.
NASCAR Winston Cup. We are still under caution. Dale Jarrett is still behind the wall as they continue to work on the quality care board. So we'll take another break and be back amongst the 141,000 fans gathered for this event.
The 21 and 94 that were involved in that are both back on the track now.
Yep.
And could go fine. Good passing.
Well, they already have. Well, they should have.
Well, see, they.
Oh, that's right. He ran on something. You're right.
Yeah, he ran some laps after.
That's right. Yep.
Sadler looked like he had a pretty good car tonight, too. I saw him in practice, I think.
Who did? Sadler?
Elliott. Lynn, we're doing all we can to bolster the economy of northeastern Tennessee.
And bring your taxes down a little bit. Okay.
Still weak, still
okay,
longer,
can we use your bedroom? Cook your wife's food, or eat your wife's food? Well, eat it. Lynn has just invited us all to stay for the coming week. Okay. Cease to amaze us or disappoint us. They are the most enthusiastic fans that we encounter all year on the NASCAR Winston Cup circuit. They are here in droves tonight, 141,000 strong, watching the Goody's Heady Counter 900. If you approach Bristol Motor Speedway at night when it's lit up and you don't know what it is, it looks like a giant spaceship sitting in the hills. They have lights all the way around the top of it. It is something to see. The green flag is out, and the Goody's Heady is back under green flag conditions.
Well, Skinner will be trying to get a lap back down on the inside of Tony Stewart, but Stewart looks like.
Wow, that was close off turn 2. There's Skinner. Riding right now. Oh, contact between
Marlin and Gordon
for second position. Car, that Goodyear's completely worn off. Contact with
down Jerry Punch.
Jeff Gordon just shouted left rear, left rear, left rear, and Ray Evernham told the crew to get tires up on the wall and get ready. Jeff said he may have got the left rear, so he's waiting to hear if it's going to vibrate. That time by, he said, still okay, and I may have to come in, so they're ready to possibly pit an unscheduled stop for the 24 car.
So more drama as the night continues to unfold. Lowe's Field Summit with the manufacturer's points battle. Jeff Gordon, 4 wins at Bristol. All of them, however, have been during the Sunday afternoon sprint race. He's never won under the lights at Bristol. And everything appears to be okay. He's pulled away from Marlin a bit.
Yeah, I believe he's okay.
Car right now seems to be running a little bit better than it was compared to the competition. Last time by, Tony Stewart ran 116 something. Jeff Gordon ran 117 something.
And Jeff is going to move to the inside of Jerry Nadeau here, and if he does and passes him, there will be no cars between himself and the leader. Mike Skinner has gotten his lap back in 27th position. Here again is the contact.
Ever see Jeff Gordon and Sterling Marlin right there? Wow. On board Sterling Marlin and the Coors Light on board.
During the previous caution flag, Ray Evernham pulled that right front bumper back out a little bit in fender and skirt on Jeff Gordon's car, said it should be a whole lot better. Then he gave his driver a bad news, good news message. He said, well, Tony Stewart's in a league by himself, but you're better than everybody else.
Now the interval between first and second is now 86 hundredths of a second.
The last time by, Stewart was just a little bit faster than Gordon.
And a good battle for third now as Mark Martin comes up to challenge Sterling Marlin.
Mark says, okay, Sterling, when you came up and challenged me a little bit earlier, I moved over and let you go. Did you do that for me? I don't think so.
On board with the pace of the race, Brian Foose. Sterling Marlin, you see him go down the corner, hit the brakes, goes down to 95 miles per hour. Now he accelerates down the straightaway and builds that thing up to 100 and almost 130.
About 8,700 RPMs.
And these cars will turn more with these fresh tires. Right now they're running about 115, 16 mile per hour average laps. In a few laps they'll be down to about 112 miles per hour. Dale Earnhardt continues his charge back to the front. Goes by Jimmy Smith, who moves in the 10th position.
He lost 5 positions on that pit stop. He went in running 6th and came out running 11th. It's not because they had a bad pit stop, it's just the nature of pitting on the backstretch. It'll cost you some time every day.
Jeffrey Bodine there just ahead of Dale Earnhardt is in the 9th spot.
Earnhardt has a good race car. He's passed a lot of cars.
This will be 2 weeks in a row for Goodrich Chevrolet. Last week at Michigan, Earnhardt had one of the best race cars there. He paid after about 20, 25 laps, but boy, we get excited about the first 25 laps.
Yeah, it was. You that Mike Skinner had gotten his lap back, but now Tony Stewart is coming up on him once again to try to put him a lap down once again.
Skinner's car is very fast on new tires, but after they get worn down, get heated up a little bit, it's very loose with him, it appears.
It looked like the loose coming off turn 4 that time. Looks like the back end wanted to hang out just a little bit. Tony Stewart turns under him and goes down in turn 1 on the inside and will put Skinner a lap down. Jeff Gordon shows up within a few car lengths of Tony Stewart, but he has the Mike Skinner automobile between himself and the leader, Tony Stewart. On board with Mike Skinner, the Lowe's Home Improvement Warehouse. Chevrolet goes up the hill, moves over, lets Jeff Gordon go by. Last time by, Jeff Gordon was the second behind Tony Stewart. Let's see how this time he's the second and a third behind Tony Stewart. But the traffic passing Mike Skinner with some of that. Let's see what he can do in the lap. Is he going faster or slower?
Here's the 30 car of Todd Bodine and Kevin LePage as they try to decide who's going to run in 23rd spot. LePage tries to get to the inside, coming off the corner down the front stretch. And some contact. And LePage is going to be able to take over the spot from Todd Bodine. And that 12 car of Jeremy Mayfield is not on the same lap as everybody else. Darrell Waltrip, however, is in the 25th spot.
Make that 24th. He goes by Todd Bodine. Jeff Gordon and Tony Stewart, I'm sorry, but I wanted to tell you folks that Jeff Gordon and Tony Stewart, they're running about the same speed right now. There's Tony Stewart, the leader of the race, Home Depot buy-in.
But two of the cars that were involved in the wreck with Dale Jarrett, Bill Elliott and Elliott Sadler, have both returned on the racetrack, and I believe John Andretti is about to come out as well.
Bobby Labonte just took the 5th position away from Rusty Wallace. That's Rusty we're looking back on from Bobby Labonte's Interstate Batteries Pontiac. About 5.5 seconds behind the leader, Tony Stewart. Stewart continues to rack up the number of laps led here tonight. It's up to 160 of the 186 that we have completed so far in the Goody's Headache Powder 500.
Yeah, 21 to 94 now and going in front of DJ.
Yeah, 43 just came out.
6 more for him. Chad Little?
Yeah.
We need to give him a call. He's up to 7. Just past Ward. He's about to pass
Rusty.
Wow, look at him go. Chad. Oh, don't tell me.
Uh-oh. This isn't good.
This is not good. Who's going in the back pit? Who's at the back pit going behind the wall? Which went behind the wall in the back pit? 50? Ricky Creighton?
Thank you.
Yeah, he came out and ran a couple of laps and went back in.
Unfortunately,
I wouldn't have thought it would have happened that way. But.
With a lead of 1¼ seconds, Tony Stewart continues to set the pace in the Goody's Headache Powder 500 here at Bristol with almost 200 laps completed. That's the completion of lap 193 for Tony. Sterling Marlin running back in 3rd, then Mark Martin and Bobby Labonte. Tony coming up on the 25 car of Wally Dallenbach. Dallenbach is the last car on the lead lap in 26th spot.
Just before the break, I mentioned that John Andretti had come out of the pits or from behind the wall. Bobby made a couple of laps and then went back behind the wall again, and also the 50 car of
Ricky Craven
has gone behind the wall.
That's significant that Andretti completed a few laps, and also the 21 of Elliott Sadler, because it has moved Dale Jarrett back to 40th position right now. Now, he isn't out of the race. They're still working on the car so he can get back out there, but right now our points leader is 40th and behind the wall because of a couple of incidents in the first 100 laps of this event. On board with Todd Bodine, his first NASCAR Winston Cup start in 1999. He last raced at Atlanta, the last race of 1998.
He's running in 25th spot on the lead lap. Well, he's not on the lead lap anymore.
This is Todd Bodine's 99th NASCAR Winston Cup start. He finished 5th in that last race at Atlanta last year. If you consider average finishes and average finishes only, Tony Stewart is the best of all. Going down through the years. Average finish in the first 22 races of this year, 10.5. Dale Earnhardt averaged 11.7 in his first 22 races. Earl Ross, 12.4. Ridley, 13.0. And Davey Allison, 14.2. Pretty impressive, Doctor.
Bob, incredibly impressive, and you got to give a call to these guys on top of the war wagon here, including crew chief Greg Cipodelli. They have not touched a wedge bolt, a track bar, added or removed 1 pound of air pressure tonight. They have just put tires on it and gas in it, and we are 200 laps into a race at Bristol. To me, that's remarkable.
And a battle between Jeffrey Bodine and Dale Earnhardt. Earnhardt gets the left side tires down on the apron as they battle for the 9th spot, and Earnhardt is going to get it. Here comes Jimmy Spencer.
Spencer trying to take over the 10th position. There's Kenny Irwin right behind him in the 28 car. He's in the battle for those positions as well.
Kenny Irwin has had a good run. He started in 11th spot and right now is trying to take over the 10th position to make that 11th.
Spencer just took over the 10th position.
Yep.
Bill Weber told us on NASCAR today that Jimmy Spencer signed the letter of intent to continue driving the 23 car in 2000.
And John Andretti also has signed up for 3 more years with the Richard Petty team.
He likes the king.
Yeah, he does. Well, it's a good combination. Here's Irwin taking a look. Whoop.
Oh! Jeffrey Bodine just can't keep his Power Team Chevrolet on the bottom of the racetrack.
He's got some damage there in the left rear of the car, but he has moved up to the 10th. He's at the 11th position.
See Kenny Schrader back there in the Skoll car. Comes up the challenge. Now,
how about Chad Little?
Man, how about that John Deere?
Right on up through the pack. He's running in 6th position now. Had a good run last week at Michigan.
Yes, he did. Started 16th and finished 6th. His Bristol runs have not been very impressive, at least the last 2 here in the spring. He finished 24th, and a year ago he finished 23rd. Bill Weber has more on Chad Little, and he's now in 6th spot.
And Bob, the car he's running normally only runs on concrete tracks at Dover and Bristol. They put a new body on it and took it to Indianapolis to run it on the bricks, and it got wrecked. So they rebuilt it, brought it back here. He's in off the 6th place finish last week, which was a season high. Jeff Hammond has made a few adjustments to keep that car good tonight, but they also got some good news off the track, and that Buddy Parrott will basically become a global team manager for Roush Racing next year and will oversee, among other cars, the 97 of Chad Little, the 17 of Matt Kenseth, and the 16 of Kevin LePage, in addition to his duties with the 6 and 99. And the run that Chad is having now is not something that surprises them. They expected to run better later in the season. Last week and this week might be the first indications of that.
Chad has had some good runs in 1999. Started off the season with a 9th place finish at Daytona. Backed that up with a 9th place finish in the 4th race of the year at Atlanta. The 33 of Kenny Schrader and the 7 of Michael Waltrip are battling for the 14th. This is the number 1 car of Steve Park, also in this battle for 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th.
And Michael Waltrip has been trying his best to pass Steve Park in the yellow number 1 on the outside. He will go up there on the outside, but he can't quite get up far enough to keep Steve from jumping back up there as they come off the turn. He's been doing that for about 5 or 6 laps. Michael Waltrip, he likes to run high on any racetrack when he can, but so far he hasn't made it really work. But see, when he does go up there, he gets a good run down the straightaway, gets a lot of speed, but Steve is able to get his car back up in front of him coming off the turn and breaks that momentum.
As I recall, he passed several cars up on the high line last night in the Busch race, didn't he?
I thought he was going to pass the leader, Matt Kenseth, on the high side last night. Didn't win the Busch race, but he did not quite make it.
He did pass Dale Earnhardt Jr. up on the outside.
Michael finished in second last night to Matt Kenseth, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. finished in the first position. There's Tony Stewart. His lead over Jeff Gordon is now a 2.5 seconds. As Sterling Marlin runs third, Mark Martin is fourth, and Bobby Labonte is fifth with 215 laps gone.
We need to talk a little bit about Brett Bodine too, because he's running still on the lead lap, just past Terry Labonte.
Yeah, good idea.
What?
Did you hear that,
Brett
Neil?
Bodine.
What did you say about Spencer, BP?
That he re-signed with Travis Carter.
Oh, he did.
That's what Bill Weber said.
That's what he said on the show.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't hear that. Good. Is that right?
I've heard that.
Boy, I tell you, it's hard to stay ahead of you. Kenny.
Oh, we got a... No, we didn't have a crash, but boy, we've almost had a wreck. Kenny Irwin. No. Different one, man. Kenny Irwin coming off turn 2. He and... Yeah, well, Kenny Irwin. 28 car, Mike. 28 car.
28, Mikey.
I think he hit the wall on the backstretch.
Billboards. Okay. You're spending a Saturday night with ESPN at Bristol Motor Speedway in the Goody's Headache Powder 500, being brought to you by Miller Lite. Taste a true Pilsner. By Advance Auto Parts. The best part is our people. And by Pennzoil with Pure Base, made for the way you drive. Stop, go, Pennzoil. We're not too many laps away from the halfway mark. We have completed 223 of 500 circuits. There's the leader, Tony Stewart, and Sterling Marlin takes second position away from Jeff Gordon.
How about old Sterling Marlin tonight? Tennessee boy doing well at a Tennessee racetrack.
He has 2 top 5s in 29 Bristol races. The last top 5 was 16 races ago. Second in 91 this race.
It's only 3/4 of a second behind the leader, Tony Stewart.
There's a couple of race cars there in between them. There's about 3 race cars. Wallace, who just went a lap down. And then the 98 car.
Teddy now goes a lap down also in the 19th position as Marlin and Gordon thread their way through the slower traffic.
Robert Presley had gone back out on the track. He was the first one out of the race and went out and ran a few laps, but he's back in the pits once again.
There's a lot going on in Major League Baseball as the race is on for the playoffs. Get a report on Tiger's Tail. Ned says he had an exciting afternoon on the golf course, and also the college football openers. All that will be reported on SportsCenter coming up at the conclusion of our coverage of the Goody's Headache Powder 500.
Well, Rick Mass back there going a lap down. He's gone a lap down as Jeff Gordon's third place car goes by.
Stewart coming up on the 26th car of Johnny Benson to try to put him 2 laps down. Johnny is running in the 30th spot.
Wow. Benson had his hands full coming off turn 2.
He did.
Yeah, Tony Stewart's car looks so good around this racetrack. Obviously, Greg Ziffidelli and the crew has done a terrific job in the Home Depot Pontiac Championship race tonight.
Elliott is struggling. He was involved in the accident that also involved Dale Jarrett, John Andretti, and others. Bill is back out there. He's 83 laps down, running in the 39th position.
Dale Earnhardt's caught Rusty Wallace once again, trying to take over the 7th position.
Rusty's been a surprise. He normally is so good on this racetrack. Not that he's running that bad, but he's not running as good as he normally does. There's getting passed by Dale Earnhardt.
Well, Ward Burton back there in the Caterpillar body. He is in ninth position. He's getting some pressure from Jimmy Spencer. Talking about Ward Burton.
John Kernan has more on Dale Earnhardt.
Bob, this is the car that Earnhardt ran here in the spring. It was actually a backup car. He had a problem with the primer and had to go through the backup. He started from the 34th spot in the spring and drove all the way to a 10th place finish after pitting on the backstretch. Talked to the crew this afternoon. They seem very confident that if they could get the last round of pit stops to happen under green, of course you need a pocket full of rabbits, feet, and four-leaf clovers for that to normally happen here, but they might have a chance to win. They made an air pressure adjustment on Earnhardt's car the last stop. Remember, it was tight in the middle of the turns. He hasn't said a word about the car since they've gone back to green some 75 laps ago, so it must be pretty good.
We're watching Dale Earnhardt up ahead of Rusty Wallace, on board with him at a taste of the race. Ryan meets telemetry again. The speed almost 130 miles an hour down the straightaway, 127 that time, and down to below 100 in the corners. And the 22 car of Ward Burton now is beginning to catch Rusty Wallace. Burton is in 9th, Rusty in 8th.
You see Ward Burton's a little different between himself and Jimmy Spencer in the Winston car.
All drivers in the series this year, Ward Burton has increased his standing in the points more than any other driver from last year. He finished at this time in the season last year, he was 21st in points, and this year he is in the 11th in the point standings, up 10 from a year ago. And Royal Copter Cam catches the action through the corner and down the straightaway as Ward Burton pursues Rusty Wallace. Well, we're less than 10 laps away from the halfway point and $10,000 to the leader at the crossed flags mark.
Looks like that Sterling Marlin, as Tony Stewart tries to work his way through the traffic, that's allowed Sterling Marlin to close the gap just a little bit. When we check out our AutoZone on-track interval, you'll see that Sterling Marlin started out a second and a half, 1.6 seconds behind, and closed it down to 1.1. A half second isn't much, but it's progress.
More from Bill Weber.
Benny, that's pretty much just what they told him. Not only are you as good as the leader, but you're roping them in. And they're figuring the longer the green flag run goes, the better their car gets. So we'll have to watch when they pit how good they are on the restart. But they figure the longer it stays green, the more they can run down Tony Stewart. Right now, they feel the 40's the best car on the track.
Bodine has just gone down a lap. He's running in 18th position. Here is Schrader and Terry Labonte.
And Tim Schrader and Ricky Rudd. They're trying to stay on the lead lap. You see Tony Stewart right there behind him, so they're fighting hard to stay on the lead lap. 16th, 16th, and 17th.
Ricky Rudd in the tie sport got that lap back. Remember, now he's in jeopardy of going back a lap down as Tony Stewart closes in on the back line.
Ricky Rudd's very first top 10 finish in his NASCAR Winston Cup career was here in March of 1975 when he finished in the 10th position. And this is Ricky Rudd's 650th NASCAR Winston Cup start. And he's side by side with Ken Schrader.
Tony Stewart has nowhere to go.
Car of Bill Elliott in the mix. As Schrader is running behind Elliott's car, he goes a lap down to the leader, Tony Stewart.
So now 16 cars are on the lead lap. As the race nears the halfway point, we're just less than 3 laps away from the 250 laps completed mark. Tony Stewart has led 221 so far. What's going on? What's going on? What are you doing?
You're hearing a buzzing sound or something.
Really? Yellow, yellow, yellow. There's a buzz in the audience. Huh.
Where's it coming from?
Yeah, you're right.
Oh.
Okay.
Is that doing any good?
Wait, wait. Oh. Well, we're at caution at lap 250, aren't we? Caution is out again here at Bristol Motor Speedway, an incident involving David Green over in turn number 3. That has brought the leaders into the pit area, and it's also resulted in Jeff Gordon getting the lead with Mark Martin second and Tony Stewart, who was the leader, back in third spot. That's how they came out of the pit area. Here is why we're under the caution.
Well, you see, it's a lot of traffic there. David Green in the 41 car ran in on it and had to jam the brakes on it, looked like, Benny, and lost control of it.
Exactly right. He was running the back of the 97 car, jam on the brakes, and when he did hit the brakes extremely hard, he lost control of the Kodiak Chevrolet and backed her in the fence. Once again, there we see the 31, the 16, and the 97 all jammed up in front of David Green, and bam, to the wall he goes.
Meanwhile, during the pit stops, as we said, Jeff Gordon and Tony Stewart, or rather Mark Martin, were both able to get out ahead of Tony Stewart. Here are the pit stops. The Rainbow Warriors moving quickly to the left side of the car.
You can see the clock's running there on the Bob, and see Gordon to 17.1, 40 car 22.2, and Stewart 21.7. So they were the losers on that pit stop because Mark Martin beat them out as well.
And so here's your Coke pit summary. Stewart from first to third. Marlin down 2 positions. Jeff Gordon picks up 2. Mark Martin up 2. And Dale Earnhardt loses 5. That's not unprecedented because he is pitting on the backstretch. There you see that Rusty Wallace also maintained his position. And Dale Jarrett is back on the racetrack. Jerry?
Heavy fill. You saw a moment ago the adjustment from the car number 24 for Jeff Gordon. He complained the car had gotten very, very tight. They put a round of wedge in, it took a round of wedge out of it, and made an air pressure adjustment. Now, with Tony Stewart, they made an air pressure adjustment in the back tires, trying to increase the forward bite, but they had a problem with the left rear tire, which cost them the lead on the pit stop. Bill Weber?
Sterling Merlin has a good car, but they had a slow stop, trouble on the left front. That cost them some seconds. Mark Martin made a wedge adjustment and also an air pressure adjustment to try and improve his car. John?
Dale Earnhardt came in, Jimmy Spencer also in. They both took on 4 tires, no adjustments on Spencer as the green flag is ready to fly. Earnhardt's crew a slight air pressure adjustment. The car's still a little tight in the center of the corners.
The Gatorade Halfway Bunny is going to be paid to the driver that leads the first 5 laps under the green flag because lap 250 was at the caution flag. So can Jeff Gordon pick up the $10,000 in Gatorade? We'll see.
This is the first time that Jeff Gordon has led tonight. Rusty Wallace led 26 laps in a long stretch, 225 circuits. The Tony Stewart was out front, and now Gordon is in the lead. In a scramble for position, there's Darrell Waltrip, Ted Musgrave, Steve Park, and a whole bunch of others fighting it out. Lap down in 21st position. Steve Park is still on the lead lap in 12th position. Jeff Burton also in the mix there. He's a lap down in 24th.
Well, these are normally tense moments after a restart. You get the lap cars mixed in with the cars on the lead lap. They run side by side, and just the least little mistake by somebody. And here's the problem.
Hut Strickland right at the start-finish line. And Dave Marcus also involved.
And here's the 26 car of Johnny Benson.
And that is in a completely different area of the racetrack than Strickland and Marcus. That's down in turn number 1. Let's see what happened here.
Well, I looked up and saw him about 3 abreast off turn 4 and said there must be going to be a wreck here. And sure enough, there we see Kyle Petty, Hut Strickland, and Johnny Benson. There we see Kyle and Hut making contact, and there Hut just barely touches Johnny Benson as he goes by. The camera follows Hut Strickland because he's crashing, but meanwhile, Johnny Benson is crashing down in turn 1.
Slid all the way down the front stretch and crashed down in turn 1.
And then Dave Marcus apparently slowed down, probably got hit from behind, and he spun out.
There's Dave Marcus as the NASCAR officials signal to the pit crews that the caution is out once again. This is Wally Dallenbach's on board. Call. He almost hit Strickland and also almost had contact with David Green. There is Johnny Benson and where he stopped on the racetrack. So a couple of cautions here. 262 laps now in the books. We'll take a break and be back with more in a moment.
Was that Richard Yates there? Was that Richard Yates we had?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
Hey, this is Benny NASCAR.
Hey, Benny.
Hey, oh, I see. What now?
No bull.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes, sir. Okay.
There wasn't 5 laps on the race.
Yep.
There wasn't 5 laps.
Okay.
What was green? 250?
250 was green? Okay.
Okay.
I don't either.
But I think if they were coming around on that lap to get the caution, I think that counts.
Yeah, maybe.
Guys, was 250 green or caution?
We don't know yet. Bill's trying to verify it.
We don't know.
And if we don't know, nobody knows.
I'm thinking that they got the caution coming around on 250, but if it did, that counts. As you say. Stewart won it.
Okay.
Yep. Stewart got the money. So apparently that is what happened.
Yeah.
20 seconds.
I wrecked myself there, Bobby.
Oh, believe me, we'll do that.
Go right ahead there. So you big dummy.
A $1 million bonus will be up for grabs at Darlington among 5 drivers: Jeff Burton, Mark Martin, Tony Stewart, Bobby Labonte, and Dale Jarrett. One of those drivers, if he wins the Pepsi Southern 500, could win a $1 million bonus, and a lucky fan also eligible for the cash. Our Darlington coverage will begin on Friday at 3:30 with Bud Pole qualifying. Saturday, the NASCAR Busch Series has the Duraloop 200 at 1 o'clock. Our happy hour coverage is at 6 o'clock next Saturday evening. And then next Sunday, a Labor Day tradition. It begins with RPM today at 11:30, NASCAR today at 12:30 with Bill Weber, the Pepsi Southern 500 at 1, and RPM tonight has the wrap-up on the big Labor Day weekend motor racing events at 8 o'clock. For more, log on to ESPN.com. Part of the Go Network, go.com. A record crowd is here tonight with more than 141,000 people, and more seats are planned for the spring race. 12,738 more seats will be built down in turns 1 and 2, bringing the capacity to more than 147. Tickets go on sale next week. We're back to caution. Tony Stewart, Benny, you big dummy, was in front at the end of 250 laps. It was under green, so he wins the $10,000.
I think what happened, they came around and got the caution on lap 250, but that counts because he was still under green until he got to the start-finish line.
They're the top 3, Gordon, Martin, and Tony Stewart. Take a look at our Bud race recap. Jeff Gordon has only led 17 laps. Tony Stewart has led 225. We've had 3 lead changes, 6 caution periods, holding the average speed down to a little over 88 miles an hour. The 3 leaders, Stewart, Rusty Wallace, and Jeff Gordon.
You see Kyle Petty down on the inside there. Apparently he had some damage to his car. He just now came out from behind the wall or out of the pit. So he must have, and he's about 8 laps down. So he had to go in and make repairs.
Only 1 car officially out of the race. That is Ricky Craven. For those of you just joining us, Dale Jarrett had trouble earlier in the race. Spent 156 laps behind the wall. Is currently shown in 40th position. The 1 of Steve Park and the 5 of Terry Labonte take the 11th position away from Jeffrey Bodine.
Rusty Wallace, I don't know if he just got higher, is something is wrong with his car. Because the car's going by Rusty Wallace wholesale, right on the inside, losing position after position. I think he's trying to get out of the way.
It looked like he was, and everybody else trying to get by, and really a jammed up mess there for a moment, but cooler heads prevailed.
Jerry Punch, what's the problem?
Well, first of all, he can't find a hole to get down pit road. His spotter is trying to find him an opening, and he can't get in. He's shouting, flat tire, and the Miller crew is up on the wall waiting for Rusty to be able to get down pit road, and now he is still on the outside. The spotter, very valuable to tell him there's an opening, and the spotters keep saying inside, inside, inside. Rusty's trying to get down pit road, but losing valuable time. Now he finally gets to the bottom of the racetrack, and next time by, he will come down pit road for what is an unscheduled stop.
Oh, that is a tough break.
Not only does he have an unscheduled pit stop, he loses about a half lap trying to make that unscheduled pit stop.
Yeah, he finally gets down, gets slowed down so he can come into the pits.
The 7-time winner here at Bristol Motor Speedway makes a green flag pit stop on lap 279. Moving down pit road slowly at 35 miles an hour, and the Miller Lite crew goes to work, Doc.
Well, they're still not sure which tire it is, so they're going to have to go ahead and change all 4 tires. Rusty went ahead and made the call, 4 tires. Now they go to the right side and now to the left side of the car. As you look at the tires coming off, left front and left rear get hooked up, popping up with gas, and down and away.
16.7-second pit stop for Rusty Wallace, but it was a very, very costly green flag pit stop.
Yeah, he was almost a lap down before he finally got into the pits. And we'll see how many laps. Right now he's being shown 2 laps down. So that will be very, very difficult to make up because he's so far tonight, he has not been able to run with Jeff Gordon and Tony Stewart.
Watching the battle for fourth position here, that's Bobby Labonte right behind Sterling Marlin, and Labonte tries to get to the inside and get fourth from Marlin, and does.
So Sterling Marlin in the Coors Light Chevrolet was one of the fastest cars on the racetrack. And after this pit stop, Labonte goes by, so it looks like he has lost a little bit of his speed, talking about Sterling Marlin.
And Marlin's short track finishes this year. He was 14th in the spring race here at Bristol, 13th at Martinsville, and 18th at Richmond.
Bobby Labonte is about 5.5 seconds behind the leader, Jeff Gordon.
And was a right rear head on Rusty Wallace's car that was flat.
Yeah, what a tough race.
There is Terry Labonte passing the 33 car of Ken Schrader, who is not on the same lap as Terry. Labonte is in 11th, and Schrader is 1 lap down in 21st. But the car just ahead of Terry, the 1 car of Steve Park, is on the same lap as Labonte, as are the 23 car of Jimmy Spencer, and the leader is encountering heavy traffic, the leader being Jeff Gordon.
He's catching up to Kenny Irwin, who is the last car on the lead lap. He is running in the 15th position.
Kenny Irwin, that last caution flag, made a series of pit stops, and I saw him working on the car. I think Kenny Irwin made some contact with the retaining wall off turn 2. Right now it's a little bit slower. Bill Weber?
And after that last pit stop for that short green flag period, Benny, he went back out and says the car is just turning way too soon. It's like it's reading my mind. It turns before I want it to. They brought him in, they made a track bar adjustment, topped him off with fuel, sent him back out.
Well, he finally passes Kenny Irwin, giving him a lap down, and now 14 cars are on the lead lap. Running in 14th position is Chad Little, but he's quite a ways ahead of Jeff Gordon. Gordon leads by 0.3 of a second over Mark Martin. Stewart is third, followed by Bobby Labonte and Sterling Marlin. We'll be right back. Right in front of the leader, isn't it? Yahoo! What happened to Mark?
Did you want me to say there's a wreck? There's a wreck? Oh. I can tell you what. You want me to tell you what happened, Mike? What caused the wreck? I can tell you exactly what caused the wreck.
What's going on with the lights?
Chad Little, the 97 car.
Really?
Hit the 12 car.
Wow.
Because the 12 car passed the 97 going down the straightaway and went down in turn 1 like he had cleared the 97 and wasn't quite clear of it. I just happened to be watching it. Just had my eyes just glued right to it.
Johnny on the spot.
Yes, sir. Yeah, exactly. The 97 has got some kind of problem. He ran so well. Yeah. He was way off the pace, and he made a lot of pit stops that last time by.
That's the previous wreck.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
That's the one just happened.
Really?
Well, what's this wreck happening here? Back it up a little bit. Who's wrecking here at the start-finish line?
That's Dave Marcus. Johnny Benson.
That's not the wreck that just happened.
Well, yeah, but the one that's playing down here.
ISO. Oh, sorry.
We're looking at ISO.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Now watch what happens for second here. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Rusty's coming back in.
Be a good chance for him to get a lap back here.
What's the matter with Chad? He's back in the pits again.
And yet another caution is waving over Bristol Motor Speedway, the 7th of the evening. Chad Little among those involved. He's been in the pits a couple of times. He is going back out on the racetrack right now, still on the lead lap. But the car that took the big hit, well, we're going to see who it is.
Jeremy Mayfield, the Mobile 1 car goes up. He gets tagged by Chad Little, goes up and just about backs it in the fence. But he comes off the racetrack, and I think the 25 runs into him, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. You can see he tries to get slowed down to 25 of Wally Dallenbach, but the leaders were coming right up on this.
Yep.
Jeff Gordon and Tony Stewart got by Gordon in that
got
little
by
exchange.
Mark Martin, yeah, into second position. Now from Wally Dallenbach.
And there you see the contact between Chad Little and the John Deere, the green car, and Jeremy Mayfield. And oh, they meet nose to nose right there. What a terrible place to meet.
And Dallenbach just slides into the pits. And Jeremy Mayfield also makes his way onto his backstop pit area. 4 cars involved in the crash. Jeremy Mayfield, Bill Elliott, Kenny Irwin was involved, as was Chad Little.
Kenny Irwin was trying to beat the leaders back to the line to get his lap back, and I think ran on the wreck trying to do that.
So again, with the caution flag out here at Bristol, it's Gordon, Stewart, Martin, Labate, and Martin.
We could do this for free and you wouldn't have to.
Pay-per-view, huh? Got that right, Mikey.
And that math sucks. Don't it, Mikey?
And green flag.
There goes Pete.
Green, green, green. It's green, they say, on the far side of the hill. Whoa!
Come on, cross us out.
Wow, that is big. That is big.
Big news, Benny.
I'm talking big.
I'm talking big here.
Big.
Bristol Motor Speedway, we went green and we had another crash while we were away at commercial break.
I know you find that hard to believe, folks. We had a crash right here at Bristol Motor Speedway.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
It is.
Anyway, the leaders have come in for another change of tires during this caution. 4 cars again were involved in this most recent incident. We will back up our videotape and show you what happened early on. There's Tony Stewart out of the groove.
Tony Stewart, I think, might have had a flat tire. He goes in the corner. He loses position as Kenny Wallace goes by. Mark Martin goes by. And when that kind of slowed the field down, got them side by side and back. And when that happens, that's disaster. Watch this when they go down in the corner. Bobby Labonte is there. You ever see Kenny Irwin, the 28 car, and the 36 car of Jerry Nadeau make contact, and there we see the 22 car of Ward Burton going to crash.
From the Pennzoil copter cam, there's the contact that sends Irwin sideways, and then the chain reaction.
Mike Skinner, we see the Lowe's car also involved.
Ward Burton was on the lead lap and was involved, as Steve Park was also involved. Rusty Wallace got through. We'll ride with him with his onboard camera.
I think he might have got bumped just a little bit, but not too hard. We'll see when he gets in there. Yeah, hit the 31 car, Mike Skinner.
Let's check Mike Skinner's Lowe's Home Improvement Warehouse onboard camera. He goes down the corner. We see Irwin make contact with the 36 and around he goes. And yet another angle of these cars going in turn 3. There's the contact. We see Michael Waltrip run in the back of the 22 car and spin him, and the 1 car of Steve Park in the back of the 7. Might be some damage on that 1 car of Steve Park.
Down to Jerry Punch. Tony Stewart, big break for him, Doc, because his tire was flat, right?
Exactly, Bob. Some nights you're good, some nights you're lucky, some nights you're good and lucky. Tonight, Tony Stewart is both. This is the right rear tire. On the restart, he yelled, tire, tire, tire. The car got sideways, jumped very, very loose, and of course they jumbled up behind him, and because of the jumble, the caution came out. He got a break, got to come on pit road for 4 tires. Otherwise, he would have lost probably at least 2 laps, and his chance for a victory would have been over. Let's check in with Bill Weber.
Well, Jerry, Mark Martin's been tight at the beginning of his runs and strong at the end of them. So the last pit stop, they tried to make the car better at the beginning of the run. Well, they made the car way too tight. So Mark came in, got 4 tires and a track bar adjustment, then got pinched in by other cars coming down pit road and lost several positions. Last time I checked, he was back to 9th. Now he's very concerned about traffic on the restart. As for Sterling Marlin, another strong run for him here at Bristol. His car, they'd only made a track bar adjustment earlier in the race. This time, the car was getting too tight as the track is changing. They raised the track bar just a little bit, gave him 4 tires and fuel. John.
Mentioned that Steve Park had run into the back of the 7 car. He was on the lead lap at the time, but now he's losing laps in the pits as the team has to put a new radiator in the car. When he got into the back of Michael Waltrip, he broke his radiator, so he's going to lose a lot of valuable time here on pit road.
Yep, car's off. Be ready now.
Now, the first 5 cars did not pit on this. Jeff Gordon won the race off pit road. Currently is in the 6th position.
The leader is Terry Labonte. Dale Earnhardt is 2nd. Jimmy Spencer is 3rd. Jeffrey Bodine 4th. And Ricky Rudd is in 5th position. Those 5 did not make pit stops during this caution.
But they stopped about 10 laps ago, so it's not like they're out there on old tires. They only have about 5 or 6 laps on the tires they have on the car.
And once again, we see Dale Earnhardt up front.
And Jeff Burton had got back on the lead lap, but you can see he's getting past right there now. He was out in front of the leaders, thought he could stay out there and hope for a caution, but now he has gone a lap down.
And also the 30 car of Todd Bodine, right in front of Terry Labonte. The Brian Meats car, is on the tail end of the lead lap in 15th position.
Johnny Benson has come back out. He's 48 laps down.
Terry Labonte in his 625th straight NASCAR Winston Cup race and his 41st straight here at Bristol. He was the fastest in happy hour, which was held in the heat of the afternoon, and perhaps isn't a good indication of who's going to be good in the race. But right now, Terry Labonte, by virtue of the fact that he did not stop during this most recent caution, is at the front of the field by about a half second over Earnhardt, and a massive traffic jam back here.
Gordon's right in the middle of that. Mark Martin is in the middle of it. Tony Stewart, all of them in very, very heavy traffic. Stewart is 8th, Mark Martin is 9th. Bobby Labonte is back to 7th. But that's all as a result of the front 5 cars not pitting on this caution. They're trying to get back as far as they are.
And you see Rusty Walsh's car back there. If you just turned on the TV and said, what about Rusty? Well, he had a
flat tire on his green flag unscheduled stop. He's a couple laps down, back in 25th position.
And if you are not aware of what happened earlier in the evening, points leader Dale Jarrett had a couple of crashes early on. He's 156 laps down in 40th position. And Terry Labonte trying to put Todd Bodine down a lap.
Just Todd Bodine had gotten back on the lead lap as a result of the pit stops there.
Meanwhile, right behind Terry Labonte is Dale Earnhardt in that Goodwrench Chevrolet.
Down to Bill Weber.
The reason Terry Labonte is out of sequence on his pit stops is because when he pitted 2 cautions ago, his car had gone from bad loose to tight. So they took 2 rounds of wedge out and made an air pressure adjustment. Terry said the car was halfway better. He pitted when no one else did because he was only going to lose 4 positions. They took another round of wedge out. The car's better, and he's won in the track position battle. John?
Dale Earnhardt also pitted on that same sequence as Terry Labonte. Nothing wrong with the car, just a slight air pressure adjustment. Still a little bit tight in the turn, but they figured, hey, we're pitting on the backstretch. We're at a disadvantage. We need to do something to change our luck. So let's get off sequence with Martin and Jeff Gordon, those guys, and see what happens. And it played, the next caution period played right to their hands. Earnhardt getting around Todd Bodine now to set sail to Terry Labonte to try and lead this race.
And all the cars will have to make at least 1 more pit stop before the race is over.
317 laps are now completed. Terry Labonte, who has finished 13th in the last 2 runs here at Bristol, is the leader of the race with Dale Earnhardt in second. Back in a moment. Okay.
Track for a proper track change.
Who is that?
Stewart. Of course, he's in that traffic there now, and he's probably being real careful.
How many home runs does Mark McGwire have?
He struck out 3 times last night.
Did he really?
Atlanta, yeah. I watched him.
I think Sosa's leading it.
Yeah, I think so.
Ken McGuire catching Sammy Sosa in the home run derby. Sosa's leading, Lenny.
Look at Earnhardt. Okay. Thank you. Bob Jenkins, Vinnie Parsons, Ned Jarrett, John Curtin, Bill Weber, and Dr. Jerry Punch back at Bristol Motor Speedway. It's the Goody's Headache Counter 500. 326 laps completed. Terry Labonte leads Dale Earnhardt, Jimmy Spencer, Ricky Rudd, and Jeff Gordon. Those are the top 5. Seems very familiar. Back about 1995, didn't we see these two battle to the checkered flag with Labonte sliding across the finish line and then banging into the wall?
Yes, we did. As a matter of fact, on NASCAR today, he talks about that. That had to be his most exciting race here at Bristol Motor Speedway, winning in victory lane with the thing all radiator all broken.
Back in 9th, 10th, and 11th place, 8th, 9th, and 10th, we have Tony Stewart, we have Michael Waltrip, Mark Martin, and there's the 40 car of Sterling Marlin also.
And Bobby Labonte leads that group. And Michael Waltrip looked like he was going to try to pass Tony Stewart on the outside.
He was involved in that wreck up there a few minutes ago, wasn't he?
Well, someone ran the back, and we see where he's knocked off the back bumper, but
he's a lap down now as a result of that. No, he's not. He's not a lap down. He's in ninth place.
Ninth place,
There was, for a moment there, he was being shown a lap down, but I see he had to go back to the start-finish line.
And the Joe Gibbs teammates, Bobby Labonte and Tony Stewart. Stewart has clinched the 5 bonus points for leading the most laps here tonight. He was out front 225 laps. No one can lead more than that now. And he looks to the inside. Meanwhile, here comes Martin up on the outside.
And there goes Martin by Tony Stewart. Now he's going to try to drive up on the outside of Bobby Labonte, but Jeffrey Bodine is there.
Jeffrey Bodine running into 6th position.
Wow, look at Martin.
It's pretty aggressive there.
Wow.
Bobby.
Well, that great home run battle between Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa continues. You'll be able to see Mark McGwire in action with his St. Louis Cardinals and the Atlanta Braves on Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Coverage begins at 7:30 with baseball tonight. That's tomorrow night on ESPN. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of the Go Network, go.com.
Well, they had a great game last night. They had a good one this afternoon. At the 11th inning, they were still tied 0-0.
No kidding.
Yeah, and I don't know how it finally came out, but they had a great series there.
You can check Sports Center tonight, Dick, to find out about all the things that happened on baseball.
Right after our coverage of this race. And we have 165 laps to go. We're watching the 7th and 8th place competitors, Bobby Labonte and Tony Stewart. And the leader now gets in some traffic again as he goes to the inside of Kenny Irwin. Irwin's been knocked around and he's 3 laps down in 26th position.
Been knocked around. That's pretty well put, Bob.
Car showing some battle scars.
Bristol back after 9 car, the Melling car, back on the racetrack after the contact with the outside retaining wall.
Speaking of the Atlanta Braves, the car being sponsored by the Atlanta Braves this weekend. There's the interval on the clock. It's about 43/100ths of a second as Terry Labonte comes up now on Jerry Nadeau once again. Nadeau running in 22nd spot. The action being covered from overhead by the Pennzoil copter cam. Half-second lead for Terry Labonte over Dale Earnhardt. Spencer, Rudd, and Gordon are your top 5 at Bristol Motor Speedway. Back in just a moment.
So Labonte finally let Tony go by, huh?
Oh, yeah? Okay. NASCAR .com. That's it. Oh, that's a good idea. I don't know. I haven't been asked. I did last week. Now or forever hold your chat. Okay, well.
Yeah. Steve Park just moved Mark Martin over and went on.
Oh boy, Keith. Oh, bring it online. Oh, there's a crash back there in the backstretch.
It had every chance.
It sure did. Nemechek really passed up an opportunity there.
It's going to happen anyway.
Whoop.
He saved it again. I can't believe that.
At both ends of the racetrack.
He's trying his best to get to the 11th car. That's probably the fastest one to be on. That ain't going to be a wreck. Well, there's going to be one. Well, yep. Yep, right here.
Beautiful overhead shot of Bristol Motor Speedway in the northeast section of Tennessee. It's the Goody's Headache Powder 500, 23rd race of the 1999 NASCAR Winston Cup season. You know, the official NASCAR website, www.nascar.com, has a lot of features, one of which is at just about every race, a half hour afterwards, one of the ESPN announcers gets on and does a chat with some fans. I did it last week after Michigan and had a great time. Appreciate the great questions from the very knowledgeable motorsports fans up in the Michigan area. So check it out at www.nascar.com. Well, the 7 car has some problems, Bill.
Yeah, Bob, they got big problems. Michael Waltrip's got the front of his car caved in. They're going to need a new radiator. He may have a problem with the oil pump. He's sitting here on pit road. It's going to be a lengthy stop. You can see the steam billowing out. So a radiator problem, sheet metal problem, maybe an oil pump problem. We're shouting directions. Michael's sitting there watching.
Tough break for Michael. He slid back to 29th position and will continue to lose laps as he sits there and the repair goes on.
Got a great run going tonight.
Well, Joe Nemechek tried to crash twice in one lap and never did do it, BP.
No, he didn't. Check this out.
Well, you can see the blue car being hit by the white car of Brett Bodine. Almost lost it there. Don't know how he hung on to it. Went in the corner ahead of Brett. Here they come off of turn 4. And they make contact once again. And he still hung on to it.
Man, oh, man. Rusty Wallace is going to check it out. There they come off turn 2. All the oh, man. Great job by Nemechek. When he drives that baby back down in the corner. Oh, different. That was off turn 4. That was not off turn 2.
That was the second hit. All right, here comes the leader, Terry Labonte, through some traffic now. He's put a little bit of traffic between himself and Dale Earnhardt. Now 3 cars. As Earnhardt goes to the inside of his teammate, Mike Skinner, and gives him a kiss.
Tell you what, they made a little bit of contact there. That might have knocked that. But look, we see some sparks coming up from under the 3 car. John, what's going on?
Benny Dale hadn't said anything about that, but he did a few laps ago radio in and tell the team, and you see sparks flying from the cars. He bottoms out in the turn. He told the team the car had gotten extremely tight, hard to turn in the corners. So they're hoping to hang on and in the next pit stop make another adjustment and be good to go to the end.
There are the sparks. It's pretty obvious. Meanwhile, Labonte has pulled away by more than a second over Earnhardt.
Almost like the right front tire lost some air and it's letting it go down some more and drag the racetrack. But I don't know. Right now, Terry Labonte, these guys are not making much progress on gaining on Terry Labonte. As a matter of fact, he ran 111 miles per hour that last lap, and the next one fastest closest to it was Earnhardt at 110 miles per hour.
And how about Jimmy Spencer, who is in 3rd position, has been strong all night, started this race 24th. He's one of those pitting on the backstretch, but still running in 3rd. Of course, Earnhardt is also pitted over on the backstretch. John Kernan, more on Dale Earnhardt.
Bob, Dale Earnhardt just radioed in and told the crew, I think I knocked the right front fender down onto the tire. So they're going to have the spotter keep a close eye on that, because if it's hitting the tire too much, of course it could eventually cause it to go flat. And if a right front goes flat at Bristol, especially when you go into the turns, you're going to hit the wall extremely hard.
And he did that when he tried to pass his teammate, Mike Skinner. There are the statistics on Earnhardt. Hasn't led a lap tonight, but is in 2nd spot. It has been as low as 26, and we continue to see those sparks come out from underneath the car occasionally.
Now that last lap, Dale Earnhardt ran faster than the leader, Terry Labonte. He ran over 111 miles per hour. So what we're seeing evidently is not hurting the performance of the Goodrich Chevrolet.
Yeah, he's shaved the interval down to less than a second now. It's 82 hundredths of a second to be exact.
And sparks here at Bristol tonight is not that unusual because the car bottoms out a lot.
So Terry Labonte sets the pace here with 363 laps to go. They're the top 10. Back in a moment.
It looks like that all these cars are getting so tight they just can't drive them, and Labonte's car has been loose all night. It looks like the 5 car's been loose all night, and all of a sudden he's good, and the rest of them are just way, way, way too tight.
Yep, track's come to it.
Bearing down on him, and 129 laps to go in the Goody's Headache Powder 500 from Bristol Motor Speedway. You've joined 141,000 fans who have gathered here tonight to see this spectacle under the lights. RPM tonight at midnight tonight on the Deuce. We'll have the preview of the Grand Prix of Belgium, which is run tomorrow. We'll recap this race, and the Pep Boys Indy Racing League is in action at Pikes Peak International Raceway tomorrow. The preview at midnight tonight on the Deuce. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of the Go Network, go.com. Terry Labonte leads, but it's only about half a second now over Dale Earnhardt. There they are with the current points leader of the Winston Cup Series, Dale Jarrett. He was in between them. Now here comes Dale Earnhardt to the inside of Jarrett. Jarrett is running in 39th position. He is 158 laps behind. That was because he spent that much time getting repairs to the car. And the points have been shaved by 100. 214 now. Mark Martin behind Jarrett in the battle for the 1999 NASCAR Winston Cup Championship.
Mark Martin currently being shown in the 7th position. He's still in the thick of the battle. Mark is 12 seconds behind the leader right now.
You see this group of cars, all these cars are right in front of the leader. Here comes Terry Labonte and Dale Earnhardt hard on his tail as he tries to catch him. Meanwhile, Labonte trying to get through this traffic.
Oh, Earnhardt some contact there with Jeffrey Bodine going into 3.
See the 4 car, Bobby Hamilton, something dragging the racetrack. Oh, and I thought Labonte was going to go on the inside, but Jeff Burton was there.
Jeffrey Bodine just went a lap down. He's in the 11th place now with 10 cars on the lead lap.
Ward Burton is in the 10th position. Here's Earnhardt. Burton. And once again, we see Dale Earnhardt, just like last week at the front of the field.
Here he goes on the outside, Bob. And everybody, 141,000 people, all stand up.
Every one of them. Earnhardt has the lead. On lap 380, Dale Earnhardt passes Terry Labonte and takes over the front spot. And he will be the 6th and make that the 5th leader tonight. Bristol. Here's the Hardee's Field summary. Right now, everybody in the top 5 in points are staying the same. In the second 5, Labonte moves up 1 and Rusty Wallace goes down 1 in the point standing. Schrader and Marlin gain a couple of positions. And the next car to go a lap down is just ahead of Dale Earnhardt, Ward Burton in the 22.
Dale Earnhardt right now would love to see this race go green the rest of the way, because if the caution flag comes out, then that gives a huge advantage to Jeff Gordon, Mark Martin, all those guys pitting on the front stretch.
But it won't be as bad as it was because there are not as many cars on the lead lap. There are only 10 cars on the lead lap now, and it's about to catch the 10th place car right there, Ward Burton. Of course, he's one of those that's pitting on the front stretch.
Here at Bristol, Dale Earnhardt has 8 wins, 18 top 5s, 28 top 10s. He was 6th last August, 10th here in April, and is leading his 28th race here at this facility. Doc?
And Bob, remember back in April when he wrecked his primary car in happy hour and they had to roll a backup car out of the truck and they were working on it? In fact, he himself got out in his fire suit and was trying to get the car ready. He started shotgun on the field, 4th, 3rd, and drove that car up through the field and finally, as you said a moment ago, finished 10th. Well, this is that same race car. Earnhardt said, I fell in love with that car that night, and that's the car we're going to bring back to Bristol and beat him in August. And indeed, that's what he's doing right now.
Yes, he is.
Remember, he is off sequence as far as the fifth. Not by a whole lot, but everybody will have to make, as you pointed out earlier, Benny, each one more pit stop. And certainly they're within the window now. With 12 laps to go, they can go the rest of the distance. They can stop any time now.
Once again, down the left side tires, down on the apron of the racetrack. Passing Joe Nemechek, who now is 2 laps down, or almost 2 laps down, in 17th position.
Ricky Rudd is now the 3rd place car. There we see the tied right, and right behind him is Jeff Gordon, the DuPont Chevrolet. He is currently in 4th place. And check our AutoZone on-track interval between Earnhardt and Jeff Gordon. And then we see that Jeff Gordon has closed in almost a second and a half on Dale Earnhardt in the 5 laps between lap 383 and 387.
And now just a couple of laps later, Gordon is right on the back bumper of the tied ride. There's Jarrett getting past once again. It's been a tough night for Jarrett, but he admitted in the interview that his original problem was his own fault, just perhaps a little bit over-aggressive at the start. But it's one of the few times in 1999 that Dale Jarrett has had problems.
Now Gordon's going to look on the outside of Ricky Rudd. He's got a good run going on the outside. Red drinking the room.
Gordon up into 3rd position. Laps continue to click away. Just a little more than 100 remaining now in the Goody's Headache Powder 500 from Bristol Motor Speedway. Dale Earnhardt leads Terry Labonte. Okay. You parked up here, Bill? You parked up here? All right. Goody's Headache Powder 500 NASCAR Winston Cup race on ESPN being brought to you by Polaris Watercraft. Ride the best. By Quaker State for protection beyond 3,000 miles under any driving conditions. And by the more than 2,700 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. In just about 1 hour from now, at the conclusion of our coverage of this race, you'll be able to go to the source for sports news, the one that you have come to know, love, and trust over the past 10 years, Sports Center. That's coming up next with Trey Wingo and Steve Levy with the report on several stories, including the Major League Baseball playoff race, Tiger's Tail, Tiger Woods, and college football openers that happened today. Sports Center is at 11 o'clock Eastern Time here on ESPN. But we have 96 more laps to go, and the question is Dale Earnhardt going to win this thing?
If it goes green the rest of the way, he has an excellent chance to win this race.
But you're right that if it goes green, caution flag will put him at a disadvantage because Jeff Gordon will be able to hit on the front stretch. See, everybody's going to have to pit one more time. Now, right now, Jeff Gordon's running about 4 1/4 seconds behind him. So, but if the caution comes out, he makes that up, plus any advantage it might have in the pits. So, but if they pit on the green flag, no one has a clear advantage, so Earnhardt can maintain that 4-second lead.
Well, Earnhardt is the fastest car on the racetrack. At least that last lap, he was faster than anybody else. And this time also is the fastest, over 110 miles an hour. We're following him on the Pennzoil Copter Cam. 110.213 was his speed last lap. That was just a little bit faster than Terry Labonte, who was second quick at 109 plus. And Earnhardt now moving to the inside of Chandler, who had such a good run going earlier in the evening, but is now 8 laps down in the 28th spot. 9 cars are on the lead lap.
And Dave Marcus is very slow. Dave Marcus' car is stopped up between 1 and 2. I don't know if he will not be able to get to the inside, I don't think. And the caution flag is out. What Earnhardt did not want to see.
Marcus is moving down the backstretch, but the caution has already come out. A tough break for Dale Earnhardt.
Well, let's see. Let's see what happens.
Let's not count him out yet. This is the 9th caution of the evening.
Some pretty good damage to the front of Dave Marcus' car.
He had been running very, very slow on the high side of the racetrack for a couple of laps. Now, whether it looked like that right front tire
yes, it is.
flat, and maybe was trying to get down and couldn't, and finally came to a momentary halt, and then he cranked up and came on around.
There are just 9 cars left on the lead lap. With 90 laps to go, Dale Earnhardt, of course, will come on to road as the leader.
9 cars are on the lead lap. And, of course, those pitted here on the front stretch will get the first opportunity. Let's go to Bill Weber.
The 5, the 24, and the 20 on your screen. This is a big break for Terry Labonte, able to pit under caution. His car's a little tight in the middle, but they don't plan to make any changes. Clean the windshield, give him 4 tires and fuel. Under green, this should be the last stop of the evening for the race leaders. Labonte getting the left side tires now to Jerry Punch.
No adjustments on Jeff Gordon's car. 4 tires, 1 can of fuel only. The fuel's already in, the tires are on, and he's down and away. Earnhardt in the back pits in front of John Kernis.
Dale Earnhardt in a 4 tire change as we watch for the guys on the pitting on the front stretch. And here they come. Terry Labonte won that battle over his teammate Jeff Gordon. They swing by. There's 2 spots that Earnhardt lost, but that's all he's going to lose. A great pit stop for Dale Earnhardt as he goes back out in 3rd position, and the crew extremely happy about that.
behind Terry Labonte and Jeff Gordon.
That's a disadvantage of pitting on the backstretch. He had a great pit stop, but he still loses 2 positions.
And you know where he loses all of that, Vinny? It's not that he had, like you said, he had a great pit stop. So the difference is when the pace car drops the front stretch, guys who are pitting on the front stretch off. And once he gets past pit road, well then, you see the pace car don't run as fast as they do when they come out of the pits. When they come out of the pits, they accelerate full after they get to the end of pit road, and that's where the time is made up.
Yep. So Richard Childress sees his driver Dale Earnhardt go from the lead to 3rd position here with the caution still out at Bristol.
Okay, Neil.
Oh, okay.
All right. 2 things. Are we going to do a deal for RPM at midnight? I had a phone call on my message on my last night, and Benji said he had talked to you about me doing something. Oh, good. Okay. Now, next thing, Mike, can you get us an aerial shot? Okay. I was going to try. Yeah. Yeah. Just to back up what Ned was saying, you know, and tell him here's where from the exit of front stretch pit to the back stretch where they can run wide open, that's where they gain the advantage on the guys sitting in the back stretch pits. From here, when they accelerate off pit road and go all the way around the racetrack, they're running wide open, and where Earnhardt had to follow the pace car at 45 miles per hour. That's, I guess, would that work, Ned?
Yeah, the pace car, they used to pick up speed, but not that much, not as much as the race cars will accelerate. Yeah.
Mike, you might, just take it from turn 1. I mean, pan the camera left a little bit. I understand. You understand.
Since April of 1998, we have had 9 different winners win 9 short track races. Will we see a 10th different winner here tonight? Could be. Dale Earnhardt is right up there amongst them. He is in 3rd position right now, and this place would erupt if we had an Earnhardt win here tonight. Right now it is Terry Labonte and Jeff Gordon ahead of Earnhardt as the pace car gets set to pull off the racetrack, and the green flag gets set to wave in the air once again. Tony Stewart is 4th and Bobby Labonte 5th.
Terry Labonte gets a good start there, gets out in front of the lap car of Ward Burton.
Didn't lose his spot.
So we see all the yellow writing has gone up that Goodyear tire, and that sometimes you can cut a tire down. It looks like Earnhardt's going to be okay.
Ward Burton getting a lap back, getting by Terry Labonte. That allows Jeff Gordon to catch right up to Terry Labonte. Terry wanted to keep that lap car between he and Gordon, but couldn't quite do it. Was fast here on the restart.
And he's in 10th position.
Jeff Gordon looking on the inside of his teammate. Can't quite get that run he needed.
Reminder coming up in about 50 minutes. Sports Center has a report for you. Steve Leading, Trey Wingo standing by to bring you up to date as per usual on all the big news stories from the world of sports.
Here's Earnhardt coming in closing on the back bumper of Jeff Gordon. That time by Earnhardt was faster than the front 2 cars. about a mile per hour faster.
Dale Earnhardt has recorded top 10s in 7 of the last 8 races. He has 14 top 10s in 1999 versus 8 last year after 22 races.
I saw him in practice this afternoon during happy hour. He and Jeff Gordon. Gordon ran up on Earnhardt, got him very loose and passed him. A few laps later, Earnhardt just got right up under the back bumper of Gordon, like he's trying to do right now, and trying to get the back end of the front Chevrolet. And he did it in practice. Let's see if he can do it here. They're both masters with that.
Well, the leader's going by Chad Little, the John Deere car, who had a terrific run going earlier on, but some kind of mechanical problem has reared its ugly head.
There's Bobby Labonte, Mark Martin, and Ricky Rudd as they run 5th, 6th, and 7th.
And Jimmy Spencer back there in 8th spot. And Earnhardt's on the outside of Jeff Gordon, 1 and 2 for that second spot, and the crowd goes nuts.
We're pretty closed up here, well above the crowd and in a big booth, but we could hear the eruption of the crowd when Earnhardt took second position.
And Jimmy Spencer goes by the 6th car, Mark Martin, and puts Martin back in 8th spot. And that Dale Jarrett's got to be loving that if Martin could stay back there.
Well, that was 4 more points. But Mark lost.
Earnhardt closes in on the leader of the race, Terry Labonte. Earnhardt has been unbelievable here tonight.
Looks like he might have tested that high side again. He's getting a good run when he comes off of that high side. He's found something there that works. Now look at him get a run off the cylinder. He picks up going down the straightaway. He's got something working there. Now he gets right on the back bumper. They're pulling away from Jeff Gordon. A little bit.
Tell Dale Earnhardt that pinning on the backstretch is a disadvantage because it just makes him meaner. Not in a physical sense, but determined is perhaps the correct word.
Here he goes. We'll try that movie made on Jeff Gordon.
This time they'll dip to the inside. He got that run, but couldn't quite do it. He's set him up. He is working. He's got something going. But I'll tell you, Terry Labonte is no slouch when it comes to knowing all of those tricks.
Short track experts here going at it.
Tony Stewart is closing on back on the back bumper of Jeff Gordon. Our pole sitter ran so strong earlier on.
And now Stewart inside of Jeff Gordon in turn 3, and Stewart goes to the 3rd spot.
I thought they did him right here.
Jarrett back in 39th. The highest he could possibly finish tonight would be 38th at one more position.
Here goes Earnhardt. He's on the inside. He's got position. He's going for the lead.
Off of corner number 4, Earnhardt will take the lead from Terry Labonte on lap 4:36.
And look at this 20 car coming. Tony Stewart is on a mission. It didn't take him long to run him down. Looking out around Jeff Gordon.
Good 3-car battle going on here. Earnhardt, Terry Labonte, and the rookie Tony Stewart. Jeff Gordon not too far behind. .65 laps make that 64. May sound like a lot, but it will go by very, very quickly. Don't stray too far from your television set, folks. We've got a good one at Bristol.
Here for the lead.
Mark that spot, Mark.
55 laps to go here at Bristol. We have a new leader. Terry Labonte was able to get by Dale Earnhardt again. So put Terry in the front position. Sports Center is coming up at the top of the hour in about 45 minutes from now with all the reports on the big stories in sports. Sports Center at 11 o'clock Eastern Time. Okay, let's go back and show you how Labonte retook the lead from Dale Earnhardt.
Got a great run off turn 4. Goes in turn, and Earnhardt goes in the corner, drifts up the hill, and Terry Labonte just drives in on the inside.
And now has about a half-second lead on Earnhardt, and Tony Stewart is looking for second. John Kernan has a report from the back pit.
Dale Earnhardt just radioed the crew and said, I think the tires may have given up on us. I think the front end, remember, he's been struggling with a tight condition in the middle of the runs, in the middle of the turns. And now he's got some laps on the tires, built up the air pressure, probably in that right front tire, causing the front end to want to slide through the turns. So he has got his, I think as Vic Carson said during the commercial break, he has a real handful out there.
Started to come back a little bit on Terry Labonte.
Towards the end of that last long run when he got by Terry. So maybe as time goes by, he started just working a little better to get by his teammate here. Skinner gives him room.
Now 4 laps down in 24. Cars running basically together, then back into 4th position, but waiting for him to cross the line. 2.25 seconds behind. The leader is the 4th place car of Jeff Gordon, with Bobby Labonte hanging in there in 5th.
In 6th place is Ricky Rudd. Mark Martin has moved back to 7th, getting around the 2020 of Jimmy Spencer.
And here is 5th, 6th, and 7th. Martin. Bobby Labonte has never finished in the top 5 here at Bristol. He does have 3 top 10 finishes, however. So if he stays where he is now or moves up, he will record his first top 5 finish in 13 races at Bristol High Banks.
Bobby Labonte, he wants that 5th place. Well, Ricky Rudd has been a different car these last couple of races. He has really been strong. Terry Labonte just got around Ward Burton, put his back a lap down. Remember, Ward got back out in front of him on the restart, but now his tires are going away.
Dale Jarrett has moved into the 38th position, but that is as far as he can progress. There's Jarrett with a very disappointing and points-losing night. He had problems early on and then had a second encounter with the wall, and as you can see, as of right now, Mark Martin is 217 behind. He came in 314 behind Dale. So a loss, but still a rather comfortable lead here. There's second and third, Earnhardt and Tony Stewart, but Terry Labonte is the man in front at the Bristol Motor Speedway. Bill Broderick, remember old Bill?
He just beat deja vu all over.
As in 97, didn't Gordon crash here and come back out and save like 14 points? Ended up winning a championship by 15 over in Atlanta. So coming back out here could make a big difference. Remember that when he did that 2 years ago?
97? No.
97, yeah. I'm not sure how many he made up. I'm thinking it was like 14 points he made up when he came back out after a crash.
He won it by 14.
Yeah.
He probably made up 15.
Yeah, he made up 15. You're right. He won it by 14. Right. Like coming back out of Bristol, saved him the championship.
August of 1995, Terry Labonte coming down for the checkered at Bristol, gets hit by Dale Earnhardt, slides across the line, wins the race, hits the wall big time, and coming into victory lane, a very tore up and smoking Kellogg Chevy. But Terry Labonte drove to victory lane that night 4 years ago, and we have the same two drivers running first and second here tonight. Labonte is the leader, Earnhardt running second.
There's about 2/3 of a second of the lead. And Earnhardt has Tony Stewart right on his back bumper. You see there how far Labonte is ahead. That's got a couple lap cars between them now.
Here's a Hardee's Field summary with the point standings as of now. No changes in the top 5 in points. But in the top 10, Labonte up 1. Wallace down 1. 30 laps to go here at Bristol Motor Speedway in the Goody's Headache Powder 500. Labonte has over a second lead on Earnhardt now.
Moving away. Gordon has dropped 3 in the 3rd seconds behind the leader.
Is coming up next at the top of the hour at about 35 minutes from right now.
It's unbelievable how much this race changed from the beginning of the race until the end of the race. The cars that were really fast at the very beginning are now struggling to get around the racetrack. The cars that were fairly slow, not slow, but about a 10th to 15th place car at the beginning are now the leaders of the race, Terry Labonte and Dale Earnhardt.
I wonder if that's because of the change in condition of the track. It's gotten cooler, of course, as the evening has gone on.
It looks like to me that the racetrack really came to Terry Labonte, and it's really helped his effort to go to the front. And guys like Jeff Gordon and Tony Stewart, they seem to be struggling with the cool racetrack.
Stewart has been working on Dale Earnhardt for several laps, but just cannot get by the 7-time Winston Cup champion. Bill Weber.
And remember, Benny, it was great communication between driver and crew chief that helped Terry Labonte find the handle here. They tightened the car up way too much. Then they backed it off a little bit. Then he made that out-of-sequence pit stop under yellow, backed it off a little more. They hit the setup. They made a slight air pressure adjustment on that last pit stop. And now Terry could be headed back to victory lane at Bristol.
He won in Texas earlier this year after starting in 4th position. Terry Labonte started in 9th, and with less than 23 laps to go is the leader of the race. That last lap, however, Dale Earnhardt was the fastest car among the top 6. But Labonte's involved in some traffic again as he goes to the inside of Bill Elliott.
Bill was back in 36th position, 96 laps behind the leader, 97 now.
Tell you what, Earnhardt is not that far back. One little slip by Labonte, and Earnhardt will be right there on his back bumper. But now we've got traffic on the inside, outside. That's going to hurt Earnhardt's progress just a little bit.
Terry Labonte had some very heavy traffic in front of him.
Quite a while since DJ watched these guys just go blowing by him like that. He normally is the blowee, not the blower. No, I've got that backwards. He's the blower, not the blower. Tonight, he's just being passed.
That's
easy.
right. 19 laps to go. Terry Labonte won this race in '84. He won this race, as we saw a few minutes ago, in '95.
Now he has 4 lap cars between he and Earnhardt. That car's pretty easy. And Joe Nemechek almost, he might have touched a little bit there. And that slowed Earnhardt even more. Now he's 1.7 seconds behind.
Mike Skinner back there smoking in that Lowe's car. Started a few laps ago and still continues to smoke. Now this is Bristol. This is on board with Mike Skinner, the Lowe's car. Back bumper's ripped off.
Yep.
It's smoking.
Nothing unusual about this shot. Ward Burton back there, who is still in the 10th position, although he is a lap down. There is Mike Skinner running right behind Dale Jarrett. Jarrett is out there completing laps, picking up Winston Cup points. And now with 13 laps to go, the interval is exactly 1 second between Labonte and Earnhardt.
And Bobby Labonte has a problem. Bobby Labonte smoking going down into turn 1.
Smoking badly. So the 6th place car is in trouble here, smoking badly all the way around the racetrack.
And he's getting the black flag.
And this is the onboard camera with Bobby, and boy, you can't see anything.
And the man was in 3rd place, and of course, this is going to hurt him. He won't gain as many as he could have.
He does not have a DNF in 1999 at all, and Jeremy Mayfield has crashed. And Terry Labonte, the leader, is spinning, and Dale Earnhardt takes the lead. What happened?
You wonder if it's oil from his brother's car, the 18 car of Bobby Labonte. He went a lap there with that car smoking very badly.
Andy Gray said, this can't be happening. This cannot be happening.
Less than 10 laps to go. The leader of the race, Terry Labonte, spins, putting Dale Earnhardt in the lead.
Now then, will any of these guys make a pit stop? I would guess that maybe the guys that's on the tail end of the lead lap will make a pit stop.
Yeah, they'd have nothing to lose. Sterling Marlin, Jimmy Spencer. Well, maybe Terry Labonte now. He's way back there. He's back in the 6th position.
And the smoking 18 car of Bobby Labonte is still out there.
Well, he came down pit road, but when he saw that caution come out, he came back out to run these caution laps. And here comes Mark Martin and Terry Labonte in, and Sterling Marlin.
So indeed, the guys that were running at the back of the lead lap are in. Bill Weber.
Well, Terry Labonte is very angry, did not say exactly what happened. Meanwhile, he's in here to get 4 fresh tires, and then they'll send him back out. Martin also on pit road. Sterling Marlin pits behind the 5. They'll try and get as much as they can with as few laps left as possible. Terry Labonte on his way. He smokes them. That says a lot right there.
Now, he took 4 tires. Mark Martin and Sterling Marlin only took right side tires.
Down to John Kernan.
Dale Earnhardt, your leader, did not come in and pit. He wanted to come in and take on 4 tires. They told him, Dale, you are the 7-time NASCAR Winston Cup champion. You can do it.
Well, he could very well do it now with less than 8 laps to go. Here's a replay of Terry Labonte's spin up in turn 3 and 4.
Well, if you watched the 12th car, Jeremy Mayfield was sitting against the inside retaining wall. NASCAR threw the caution flag. When they did that, Terry Labonte backed off for the caution, and Darrell Walker just touched him in the back bumper and spun the Kellogg's Chevrolet around.
Oh, man.
Now here is Jeremy Mayfield's wreck from Wally Dallenbach's perspective. field, and you saw Labonte pass, and then there's the apparent contact between Darrell Waltrip and Terry Labonte. So the 18 car now has a fire under it down in turn 1.
Well, he's moving again.
Yep.
Some way or another. He's got it going again. He's one lap down is all he is. You can see the fire underneath the car.
The rear gear is gone, and that is on fire. That's the rear gear that's burning. Bobby, I think if I was you, I'd go to the pits and find me a fire extinguisher, maybe put the fire out. That's
He's coming in the pits right now. He's going to listen to you.
Okay, fire extinguisher, guys. There we go.
Johnny on the spot.
Because he can still salvage a decent finish out of this thing. There are the 15th place car, which is Darrell Waltrip, is one lap down. So Bobby's going to, if he gets back, which he is going to come back out, so he'll come back out in 15th position.
All right, here we see Terry Labonte. There we see Jeremy Mayfield spinning down in the corner. The caution flag comes out. Terry backs off of the caution flag, and DW goes in and just touches it in the back bumper. Man, oh man, oh man. All right, we're going to be having green flag this time by.
And Andy Graves, as you said, Benny, can't believe what just happened.
Can't be happening. This is a nightmare. All right, green flag.
5 laps to go at Bristol Motor Speedway in the Goody's Headache Powder 500. It's Earnhardt, Stewart, Gordon, Martin, and Terry Labonte, the top 5. Is Dale Earnhardt going to win this thing?
Looks that way. Terry Labonte on the inside of Martin. Martin, he goes by.
He's got 4 new tires.
Well, Martin has 2 new tires, and Ricky Rudd goes by him. Drops Martin back to the 7th position. And here comes Labonte by Gordon. He's moving.
Man on a mission.
He really is on a mission. And of course, he has those 4 fresh tires, as you say. If he can get by Stewart, which it looks like he will.
Man, oh man, look at Labonte go. He's got second, and they're coming up on 2 laps to go.
He's going to catch him. Can he pass him?
This might be deja vu all over again, but in reverse.
And Labonte inside of Earnhardt. He taps him. Going into the 3rd corner, he gets way down on the apron of the track, coming to the white flag. There's a leader change, and Labonte takes the lead.
And meanwhile, Ricky Rudd trying to...
Oh, and Earnhardt spins him out.
Oh, man.
And Tony Stewart is involved in the crash, as is Mark Martin, Sterling Marlin, and several others. Dale Earnhardt takes the checkered flag.
And Jimmy Spencer ran second.
Bristol.
Earnhardt's 73rd career win. 2nd win of 99. He won at Talladega. And his 9th Bristol win. 4th at night. Here's the replay.
There we see the contact between the 3 and the 5. Terry Labonte stands on the gas, and all these cars getting the smoke. There's Ricky Rudd crashed into him. There's Tony Stewart, Mark Martin, Sterling Marlin. There we see the contact.
Yeah, that's too bad.
There will be talk about this one for a long time. John Kernan with Richard Childress.
And Richard, man, what a way to win one. I'm sure a lot of people are going to be talking about the little move over there, but congratulations.
You know, I couldn't tell where I was at, what happened. All I seen him spinning when he come around. You know, I'm happy for the Jim Goodwrench team. You know, we needed to win, pulled it off, tickle to death for Dale Earnhardt.
What about the effort that the guys back here on the crew did pitting on the backstretch, because that is such a handicap?
You know, we would have probably pitted there at the end, but it wasn't no way we could pit when you with the backstretch speed and everything. There was no way that we could come out and beat them. We were just going to lose 3 or 4 spots, so wasn't no way we could do it.
All right, congratulations, Richard.
Dale Earnhardt is in victory lane. It's the lowest start ever for a Bristol winner, and only the 2nd time that a driver has pitted from the backstretch and won. Davey Allison did it from the 19th starting position in the spring of 1990. Here's a McDonald's winner's circle, Jerry Punch.
Well, Dale Earnhardt climbs out with his 9th victory at Bristol. And Dale, that's what Bristol's all about. Take us through those last couple laps.
Well, we knew we didn't get tires, and I didn't know who got tires behind us. All I knew is I needed to protect that bottom and try to go. And Terry got into me in the middle of 3 and 4, and I was going to get back to him and just rattle him. I wasn't going to wreck him, but I got to him and he turned him around. So didn't mean to really turn around, meant to rattle his cage over.
You had an outstanding effort coming from 26 to the front. The track come to you tonight.
Well, not really. The car was still a little tight center, and yeah, I don't know. This is a heck of a way to win. I'd like to beat Terry and race him back, you know, side by side. But like I say, I got into him a little bit to get by him, and it got him loose and spun him out. But the Goodwrench team, Richard Childress, all the guys, they did a great job. You know, we just lucky to be there at the end.
On the last restart, Dale, it looked like you were able to charge and go by Labonte, and he went back by you. Did your tires heat up a little bit and go away?
On the last restart, he had stickers, didn't he? I don't, you know, he just he'd have beat us if, you know. I was going to just try to shake him and get under him. I wasn't going to try to wreck him.
All right, Dale Earnhardt's obviously happy in victory, but mixed emotions. Doesn't like to be able to turn anybody, including his buddy Terry Labonte, as Richard Childress comes over and gives him a big hug, and now the celebration will continue. The Intimidator's 73rd career victory. Bob?
Quite a night here at Bristol Motor Speedway. Terry Labonte, Dale Earnhardt battling for the win of the race right down almost to the checkered flag. Here was the contact between the two in turn number 2 on the last lap. Terry Labonte spinning around, collecting several others behind him, including Tony Stewart, who was running in 2nd position. Here's another angle. The contact sends Terry Labonte, who had taken the lead away from Dale Earnhardt, sends him around in a big plume of smoke, and it resulted in Dale Earnhardt going to victory lane. That's the Goody's Headache Powder 500 at Bristol Motor Speedway. We'll have more from here in a moment. Nothing they can do. Will they? Huh?
I don't know. I took it away from, who was it at Sears Point?
Sears Point. Davey Allison won it. Who did they take it away from? Huh?
Ricky Rudd.
Yep, I remember.
I don't know. I'm glad I don't have to make those decisions.
No kidding.
Well, one thing about it, anybody left yet.
Boy.
That's
okay.
Anybody left. No, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Wow. They ain't nobody leaving. Well, I guess you said that.
Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm. I know what you mean. Right. What do you think about that, Chevy? Are we going to talk to LeBron?
I doubt it.
So, okay. Well, it was a very controversial finish to the Goody's Headache Powder 500 here at Bristol, with Dale Earnhardt and Terry Labonte having contact on the last lap. Labonte spins, Earnhardt wins the race. And there was a lot of other activity in the world of sports today. The college football openers. Also, how about home runs from Sosa or McGuire? Well, you'll be able to get the complete report from Wingo and Levy coming up next on SportsCenter in about 18 minutes from right now. NASCAR is looking at the videotape to determine what, if anything, will happen, but there is the very wrecked car of Terry Labonte.
Here's a replay going down to one, and Labonte drives that baby in hard. We see sparks from the right front, and there's a contact from Earnhardt and the Goodwrench Chevrolet, and around he goes. Bill Weber's with Terry Labonte.
And we're back here behind the rig, and Terry Labonte has emerged and is talking to several members of the media, explaining exactly what happened in the closing laps of the race and even in the final lap. And first of all, Terry, a great run for you tonight. Take us through the closing laps.
Well, our car was awesome there, and you know, the flag came out, and with 66, what's his name, turned me around down there, and I don't know what I mean, you know, there was oil in the track, and the caution was out, and it just wrecked me. And so then we got new tires, came back out, and I got wrecked again, so this wasn't my night.
You got the 4 fresh tires, you came out, you were very quick, you passed a number of cars, you passed the 3, then walk us from that stage to the end of the race.
Well, I passed him down the front straightaway, and he hit me in the corner down there in 1 and 2 and turned me around. That's about it.
Obviously, he said he planned to get up to you, had no intention of taking you out.
He never has any intention of taking anybody out. It just happens that way.
Okay. Well, Terry Labonte had a great run here tonight. Certainly not the finish he was hoping for. Bob?
Thanks for talking with us, Terry. It certainly was a controversial finish, to say the least. And I don't think there have been very many fans move from their seats.
No, there's a few people leaving. Most of them are just sitting here, standing here, numb.
Stunned.
Stunned, right.
Well, Jimmy Spencer, according to the unofficial finish, finishes second. Ricky Rudd third. Terry Labonte fourth. And Tony Stewart finished in 5th position. More from Bristol in a moment.
I don't understand that rundown. I don't either. Did Terry get back to the start-finish line? They towed his car in with a record. I know. And Jeff Gordon, I thought, drove through the wreck, and he's back 8th spot. I don't understand that. I'll vouch for Jimmy Spencer, but when now on this board down here, see, they got it different. I believe what's down there. Yeah. Ours is wrong. Neil? I'm sure.
So Neil? It should be 24 and 20 and 5.
This rundown that we've shown up here, I think, is wrong. On our scoring monitor. What's on the monitor? What's on the scoring monitor here in the pits, I think, is wrong.
You've got Terry Labonte and Jeff Gordon flip-flopped. Gordon finished 4th, and Terry finished 8th. Right?
Well, I don't know. According to that over there, Terry finished. Yeah, right. What you're showing up here on that, they towed
that's different
Terry
from
Labonte's
the
car in. He never did get back.
He didn't cross the line. He couldn't possibly have crossed the line.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. But the scoreboard in the infield is not jiving what you're showing.
And the scoreboard in the infield is correct.
Yes. They don't have the 6 car up there either.
6th. That was a ball burn on this. I hate to see races end like that.
That's what they're showing. That's what they're showing on the infield scoreboard.
begins live coverage of the Goody's Headache Powder 500 from Bristol Motor Speedway, being brought to you by Haviland Formula 3 Motor Oil. Add more life to your car. By Brewery Fresh Budweiser, official beer of NASCAR. Hey, race fans, this Bud's for you. And by AC Delco Automotive Parts. AC Delco, if you're not asking for it, you're asking for it. Well, the full moon is out, and it's been one of those nights here at Bristol. Coming up next, Sports Center at the top of the hour at about 12 minutes from right now. John Kernan is with second-place finisher Jimmy Spencer.
And on that last caution, Jimmy was one of the guys who came in. He took on right-side tires, and Jimmy, I guess it paid off in the way of a second-place finish. Congratulations.
I'm trying to file a 3-second, even a 1-second penalty to Earnhardt. You know, it'd be really nice, you know. That was a great finish. You know, Donnie and Travis made a great call on 2 tires, made our car hooked up awesome. You know, we were 8th at the start, and to come back and get second there is just absolutely incredible. And Team Winston guys, Food City, Maglite people's worked hard with us all year long. I'll probably come back with these bunch of hooligans, as I call them. I love every one of them, and they worked really hard. And tonight really showed it, I think, because it did something to them. You know, they know I'm coming back, and they all wanted me to come back, and that means more to me than anything.
Great second-place finish for Jimmy Spencer. Another guy with a great run, Ricky Rudd, is standing with Jerry Punch.
And we caught up with Ricky actually in the media center, talking to some of the media here. Ricky, 35th to 3rd, great run, but I got to ask you, you were right behind the 5 and the 3, and we saw your car inching into the picture there in the smoke. How did you see it?
Well, there's definitely contact there. I mean, you see the video on it. Earnhardt pretty much just took Terry out, and no other way to put it, but you know, that was the last lap. He pretty much... no. Well, yeah, Jimmy's talking about what happened to me at Sears Point one time. Yeah.
No shouting from the gallery now, Jimmy. You had your turn. Let's let Ricky finish.
Yeah, what happened, we won the race and came across the finish line first, but a similar incident, and we were taken away, the victory was taken away, we finished second, so Jimmy's campaigning to get the win. But, you know, it was the last lap. Clearly, Earnhardt took Terry out. It's a shame. We had tires. Terry took tires. Earnhardt was pretty much a sitting duck. You know, he was going to have his hands full trying to hold us off with them tires, but the good thing was he had very few laps left. Last lap, you know, call it what you want to. It was close racing. Shame for Terry. Shame for us, really, because I was going to follow Terry through that hole. I was right behind Terry, about a half car length back. When he pushed, we were going to run second if that wreck had not happened, so we ended up running third. Third with a tore-up race car. We got in the middle of that with Terry there at the end, and it's a shame, but it was good racing. Hey, I'm tickled to death. Tore up or not tore up, the way our season's gone, it was a great finish. The guys worked really hard. Mike McSwain, all the guys on the crew, Pro Motor, Pete back at the shop, all the guys. We've been coming. We've had 4 top 10s really should have in a row, but circumstances kept us out. This is the first time we actually got us a finish, so we're real tickled to death with that.
A big night may help the sponsor search, and Ricky's 650th start. He finishes 3rd. Let's check in with Bill Weber.
Well, the fabulous rookie run for Tony Stewart continues. You want to be sad, but you have to be happy, I guess, with that outcome.
Well, I think it'll be easier to be happy tomorrow, but right now I'm so mad I could spit nails. But, you know, Home Depot car was great all night. We just, about the middle of the race, we lost the grip on the racetrack a little bit and couldn't get it to turn the last third of the corner. So, you know, just there wasn't much I could tell Greg to do because it was just a spot on the racetrack where it built up some rubber on the track, and going across that rubber was what was making the car real tight.
For the longest time tonight, Tony, you must have thought this was the night.
I mean, we were out there in the first half of the race taking it so easy, and you know, even taking our time with lap cars. I never really charged up to the cars. I just, you know, when I got there, then I did what I had to do to get by. But you know, I thought, man, this is the night. But it just shows, you know, 500 laps here, things can change in a hurry.
A lot of guys have never gotten a top 5 at Bristol. Tony Stewart gets one in his 2nd run here.
And he led 225 of the 500 laps here tonight. Well, Dale Jarrett's lead now with Mark Martin reduced by more than 100 is now 213. Bobby Labonte is in 3rd position, and we'll be right back. Okay.
Earnhardt, you know, when Earnhardt went up the racetrack, we were going to go under him too. We were going to follow him through. So we went from 2nd to 3rd. So, well, I guess we'll take that considering the way our year's been.
What did you see on that last lap?
Well, there's no doubt Earnhardt took Terry out of the race. You got 1 lap to go. Checker flag. Supposedly anything can go, so I don't see where there's any penalties going to be coming. I do remember a similar situation, though, where the race was taken away from me. I finished 2nd.
When did they stop scoring, Bobby Labonte?
I'm sure the
He didn't lose that many laps, so wasn't he? I think when they got the black flag.
Let them guys have their trouble. We're having to finish third. If I remember correctly, it was a race of Sears Point, and a guy named Davey Allison.
Oh, yeah, we did.
Yeah, you'll remember right. I thought about that a moment ago because Ricky Rudd and Davey Allison were battling. Rudd nudging Allison, moving out of the way.
The fireworks are going off here at Bristol Motor Speedway, signifying the end of an exciting, controversial race here tonight. Dale Earnhardt emerges as the winner, with Jimmy Spencer finishing in second. Tony Stewart, you see the double yellow arrows there indicating that he led the most laps here tonight. This is the unofficial finish. Terry Labonte ended up in 8th position, could not make it back to the start-finish line after the big crash. Todd Bodine with a good finish in 15th spot. Rusty Wallace ends up in 18th.
You see Bobby Labonte all the way down there in 27th position with that rear end problem that he had there that caught on fire.
Slick Poston will be very unhappy to know one of his gears burned up here at Bristol.
And the rest of the field, you see that Dale Jarrett ended up in 38th position. Spent a considerable amount of time back behind the wall getting the rear end of the car fixed. Well, next week we'll be at Darlington Speedway for, first of all, Bud Pole qualifying on Friday at 3:30 on the Deuce. The Duraloop 200 for the NASCAR Busch Series is at 1 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, and our happy hour coverage at 6 o'clock Saturday evening. All of those programs on the Deuce. Then on Sunday, RPM Today's at 11:30. Bill Weber has the NASCAR Today pre-race show at 12:30, preceding the Labor Day tradition, Labor Day weekend tradition, the Pepsi Southern 500 at 1 o'clock here on ESPN next Sunday afternoon. And RPM Tonight will be at 8 o'clock on the Deuce next Sunday. Well, coming up next, Sports Center, not only other activity going on in the world of sports, but we'll have updates from here at Bristol should anything change. What a night it has been. Tony Stewart was the original leader of the race. Dale Jarrett got in trouble very, very early. There was one exciting moment after another. Jerry Nadeau with a controversial incident with Dale Jarrett. He spent some time in the penalty box. Jarrett with about 162 laps behind the wall before they got the car finally fixed and back out on the racetrack. Ray Evernham watched as his driver Jeff Gordon lead for 48 laps here tonight. But there was more spinning and crashing out on the racetrack and a lot of pounding out of the sheet metal back behind the wall. Dale Earnhardt, well, he drove to victory here tonight, but it was a very controversial finish as he and Labonte had contact on the last lap of the race, sending Terry spinning and Dale Earnhardt to victory lane. That's the story from Bristol Motor Speedway. We'll see you next week at Darlington, South Carolina. This is Bob Jenkins. So long, everyone.
This has been a presentation of ESPN, proud to celebrate another moment from our first 20 years. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of the Go Network. Go.com. ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
There is the king out of the car.
From somebody at NASCAR reference to any kind of, the way they saw that, and I'm going to...
I'm here. I think Jerry might be in the NASCAR rig. I don't know. Okay. BP, yep. I'm right outside of victory lane. Oh, that would be Earnhardt. Okay. Okay, they've got an RPM producer down here, so I'm following him. Oh. Okay. Well, Jeff Polich is here. I believe he's got everything under control. He's all right. Thanks, man.
Huh? Do I need my coat for this?
Right? He has to take a whole pack.
Do I need my coat for this?
You got it? Okay, Neil, I'm off here. Polich is on here with you.
Actually, just hold it. I'll hold it.
Oops, excuse me, Bob.
Give me the headset.
We can get Earnhardt whenever.
Okay, I'm walking in here. I'm here. And Earnhardt's here. Wayne Estes is here.
What do you mean, Wayne? Wayne.
Mic check to Bristol. Is that you want that from down here? Mic check from Bristol. This is Earnhardt's pack. We can do it anytime.
You tell me when you want to go.
We can do it. This is Weber. Neil, when do you want to do this? We can. They're asking me. Are you ready to do it? We can do it whenever you want. Okay. Okay. These go on Dale. Okay. And that's his mic.
You tell me when to start.
We're ready anytime.
You want to get him over here?
Yeah.
I think that would be better. Hey, we need this race. The left side. Sports Center's going live right now. Okay.
Go to the press box. Can I change? Sports Center's live, huh?
We're getting ready to put the headsets on Earnhardt. Yeah, I think if you, Wayne.
What do you want to do with the fireworks?
No, the less you have behind him, the better off you are. Hang on, he's taking just a second here, then we'll be right with you. They'll tell him when he gets on. That's yours, Grant? Clean up behind your shoulder there.
Which way you want to go?
Over here. We want to over there. Walk with him. You take that.
Who am I going to be talking to in Connecticut? Yeah. Yeah, how you doing? Hi, Michael. Well, thank you. It's an exciting show, to say the least. Yeah, I'm fine. No, I'll tell you. Oh, I'll tell you, it was exciting. Terry had got new tires. We had 5 to go when the restart happened, and I was going to run them hard and see if I could keep some distance on them, and I didn't know who got tires and who didn't, and I thought I was racing to 20 and 24, and all of a sudden on the 2 to go, here come Terry, and well, he got up against me in the middle of 3 and 4, and we raced off 4 and got down to 1, and I got the white flag and got down to 1, and I got in a little deep and a little hard, and I was going to try to get back under him and try to shake him, and I got into him and spun him a little bit, and hated to do that, but we came back to the flag, beat Spencer, I think, came back to the flag behind me, and it was a good race, starting from where we did, and the guys worked awful hard, the GM Goodwrench service guys. It was a really tough night pitting on the back straightaway. We would be in 5th or 6th place, and then we would go back to 10th or 11th on the restarts because of the pit stops in the back straightaway pit. So it was just a good night for us on working hard and rebounding. No, I was just racing. Like I said, I didn't, for any means, to go down there to spin Terry Labonte out. I went down there to get back to him and rattle him and to get under him, and try to race him. And I knew he had better tires than I did, and I just wanted to get back under him and race him back around and maybe try to get, just a nose to him. But I never was thinking last year or last race or anything, just the last lap, get back to the flag. Well, it was racing hard, and he had stickers, and I went off in that corner pretty hard, and I went down there to try to get back under him and got into him. They always boo the people in Victory Lane. Well, I was trying to get back under him, and that's what I was doing, and it got into him too hard and spun him. But we won the race. We had a great crew tonight. The guys worked hard, and just Jim Gooder and Chevrolet just keeps on pounding it out. Well, it's an exciting race here. Always something going on, something happening. Two guys racing for the lead at the end, and I thought it was going to be Tony Stewart in the 24 car, and then Terry and I got to racing there at the end, and we had really the best cars, I think, and I really wanted to race it to the end, not have a caution, and I think Terry and I could have raced pretty good to the end, and maybe beat him that way. But when they had a caution, the 66 spun Terry, and they got tires. We didn't get tires, so it just played out the way it did. Well, it's a racetrack you just really want to race hard at and not get in trouble. And I just try to stay out of trouble all night long and race as smooth as I could and be consistent as I could. And we made ground up all night long, and we just, like I said, the pit stops on the back straightaway really hurt us. That got us back several positions every time we pitted. Well, Bristol's always been a great racetrack for us. We won a lot of races here, and I look forward to coming here every year. It's just really close, tight racing, and we'll see what happens. Going to Darlington next week, and that's a tough one. We ran good last week at Bristol, and I'm in Michigan, so we got some good racing going on. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello. Weber's back. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Is Benny on? Wow, this is way.
Hi there, Billy boy.
Hi, BP. Everything here is pretty overdriven here. Hang on a second. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Okay, so BP, what do you want to talk about, man? Well, I thought I just, it's a... Yeah, but don't we need to... first we want to talk about the race, right? Okay. What are the points?
213.
It was 314 coming in.
Was it 213 or so? What was it? 217. What was the point? Points.
And it's Mark, right? Okay. So Benny, I'll set it up by saying this was a throwback race at a throwback track. A lot of excitement along the way, trouble for some of the big names, but one of the biggest names in sports went to victory lane in certainly controversial fashion. Does that work for you, or spectacular?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll tee you up on that. You want this Q&A? Is that what you're thinking, Neil? Okay. Are we taping this here, or are we feeding it? Okay. Boy, wow, we're good. Well, certainly a wild Saturday night at the Bristol Motor Speedway. In fact, it was a throwback race at this throwback track. A lot of tracks now, very long, very wide, races very long. This is 500 grueling laps on a half-mile track. And Saturday night, it was Dale Earnhardt that went to victory lane. A lot of big names had big trouble during the race, but certainly one of the biggest ended up in, and I'm going to start all that all over because I wrecked there. Yes, well, I'm trying to stay away from the Allman Brothers concert that's going on. Well, certainly a wild Saturday night at the Bristol Motor Speedway, a throwback race at this throwback track. Some of the biggest names in the sport ran into big trouble, but one of the biggest ended up in victory lane. That was Dale Earnhardt, but his path there paved with controversy. Benny Parsons, many spectacular moments here at the Bristol Motor Speedway, unforgettable ones. We can throw the night race of 1999 right in there with those.
Bill, is it okay if I say, wow, what a finish here at Bristol? Whoever dreamed during the middle part of the race we'd see something like this? Whoever dreamed that Labonte would spin out leading the race, and then he would put on 4 tires and make such a charge back by Earnhardt, and then the contact, and around goes Labonte. Wow, wow.
Well, certainly one of the biggest items of concern heading into this race was that this is the kind of track where a points leader can get into trouble. Early in this race, Dale Jarrett did get into trouble. He came in here 314 points ahead of Mark Martin, but Benny, that lead has been reduced significantly.
By about 100, Bill, Dale Jarrett loses because he made a mistake at Bristol, got out of control. Other cars made contact. He had to go behind the wall for about 175 laps and repair his car. So he lost 100 points, and we're going to a racetrack next week, Darlington, that's about as tough as Bristol when it comes to points leaders.
So a wild night that ends for now with Dale Jarrett losing a bunch of points, Dale Earnhardt winning his 73rd NASCAR Winston Cup race. Back to the studio. I can do it better. I'd like to. Is that okay with you, Benny?
Yeah.
Well, certainly a wild Saturday night at the Bristol Motor Speedway, a throwback race at this throwback track. Some of the biggest names in the sport ran into big trouble, but one of the biggest names ended up in victory lane, Dale Earnhardt. But his path to victory lane was paved with controversy. Let's bring in Benny Parsons. And Benny, a lot of unforgettable moments in the night race at Bristol. 1999 jumps right in there with all the rest.
Bill, is it okay if I say, wow, what a finish at Bristol? Terry Labonte spins out with the lead with just a few laps to go. He goes to the pits, put on 4 tires, mows his way back to the field, and on the last lap, Earnhardt makes contact. Labonte spins, Earnhardt goes on to victory. Wow.
Dale Earnhardt, 73 career NASCAR Winston Cup wins. But Benny, one of the big concerns coming into this race, this is the type of track where the points leader can run into trouble, and certainly Dale Jarrett did. He came in here with a 314-point lead, but that lead has been reduced significantly.
By about 100 points. Dale Jarrett, this is a very tight racetrack. He came off turn 2, lost control, spun down the backstretch. I thought he'd be able to stay on the apron. Could not do it. He goes up the racetrack, and Bill Elliott runs into him, ruined his car. Then he later on made contact with Jerry Nadeau, once again made contact with the wall, had to spend about 175 laps in the pits making repairs to the Ford Quality Care automobile.
Well, this is a very tough track, but next stop for the Winston Cup circuit, the track they call Too Tough to Tame, Darlington next Sunday. Back to the studio.